Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube.
Chapter 1. The Assignment. By the time this happened, I'd already spent enough late summers working field enforcement support in southern Colorado to know that most of what scared people in the mountains wasn't the mountains at all. It was bad judgment, bad maps, bad weather, bad timing. Men who thought because they owned camo and a rifle, they'd somehow graduated from being ordinary idiots. Most of the calls that reached our district office were some combination of all four. Somebody set up a camp too close to a drainage. Somebody kept fish they weren't supposed to keep. Somebody swore the rules didn't apply because their cousin's friend worked for the county. And eventually, one of us got sent out to sort through the mess. That was more or less how the assignment was framed when it landed on me in the last stretch of August, back when the afternoons were still hot enough in town to bake the tar at the edges of the parking lot. But the mornings in the high country already had that thin, clean bite that told you fall was waiting behind the next cold front. We'd had 3 separate reports come in over a little more than 2 weeks. None of them sounded dramatic on their own. A pair of backpackers had found evidence of old snare wire and a stripped rabbit carcass near a high drainage above timberline. A fly fisherman from Durango called in to complain that somebody had been gutting fish and leaving the remains to rot near a protected alpine lake. Then one of our own seasonal survey people mentioned seeing what looked like cleaned native species bones mixed in with trash at a shoreline fire ring that wasn't supposed to be there in the first place. Taken individually, it could all be written off as the usual backcountry nonsense. Taken together, it meant somebody had been using that basin for a while and felt comfortable enough up there to keep doing it. The place itself was remote enough that most people never would have stumbled onto it by accident. You had to want to be there. It wasn't one of those postcard spots where families drove up and rented SUVs, took 6 pictures, and left crushed water bottles in the gravel. It sat beyond a stretch of bad road, then farther still past a trail that got rough and mean once you left the maintained section behind. No marked campground. No scenic overlook, no easy access. Just a high lake, a set of drainages that twisted off into the timber, and an old state fire lookout cabin on a ridge above it that hadn't been used for anything official in years, except the occasional overnight by staff who drew the short straw. That week, I was the short straw. The district was understaffed, which wasn't unusual. We were always understaffed. One officer was tied up helping with a vehicle strike investigation. Another was out with a shoulder injury. And the 2 people who knew that particular basin best were already committed to a separate survey push farther west. I was available. I didn't complain much. And I had a reputation for being fine on solo overnights, as long as I had a working radio, a sidearm, and a decent thermos. That was enough for my supervisor. He laid the folder on the desk between us and said, "Should be straightforward. Hike in, look around the lake, check the side drainages for trap sign, spend the night at the old ridge cabin, hike out the next afternoon." Straightforward in our office usually meant nobody expected a problem serious enough to justify sending a second body. I flipped through the reports while he talked. Grainy photos of fish remains near rocks, notes about old wire, coordinates written in a tired hand, a hand-drawn arrow pointing toward the ridge cabin with the words, "Structure still standing," written beside it. I remember feeling that familiar low-grade irritation that comes with being volunteered for a long hike because somebody higher up decided your tolerance for inconvenience counted as a specialized skill. Still, I didn't mind the field work itself. I liked being outside more than I liked being in the office. I liked useful days, Days where your boots got dirty and your truck smelled like dust and pine instead of stale coffee and printer heat. I liked that the work had edges you could touch, tracks in mud, hook fragments, fire scars, shell casings. In my experience, the wilderness became dangerous when people dragged their ego into it and expected the land to adjust around them. Everything else was manageable. That confidence, if that's what you want to call it, was part of why they sent me alone. The morning I got my gear together, the office was half awake, in that ugly fluorescent way government buildings always are. The coffee in the break room tasted burned. Somebody had left a box of donuts open on the counter, and the glazed ones were already attracting yellow jackets at the cracked window screen. I signed out a spare handheld radio, checked the battery level twice, then swapped it for another one anyway because I didn't trust the first unit's charge indicator. I packed a flashlight, spare batteries, a map case, notebook, sidearm, extra ammo, bear spray, and a first aid kit that had clearly been restocked by someone who thought adhesive bandages solved most of life's problems. I wrapped 2 sandwiches in wax paper from the communal kitchen drawer, turkey, mustard, cheap white bread that would flatten in my pack by noon, and slid them into the cooler beside a couple bottles of water and a bruised apple. It wasn't glamorous, but field food rarely is. You eat what survives being sat on. Out in the yard behind the district shed, the sunlight was just starting to warm the trucks. I topped off the tank on mine from the pump and stood there a minute, breathing in that dry mix of gasoline, dust, and sun-baked weeds. Beyond the fence, the hills looked washed out and harmless. Even later in the year, Colorado can trick you that way, everything wide and clean and honest-looking in the morning light. Marty came out while I was checking the pressure on one of the rear tires. He'd been with the district longer than anybody except our office manager, which meant he wore the same permanently amused expression as a man who'd seen too many rookies think they were harder to kill than they really were. He leaned on the bed of the truck and squinted at my loadout. "Heading up to Mirror Tarn?" he asked. "That's the rumor." He nodded once. "If the Ridge people invite you to dinner, say no." I laughed because it sounded like exactly the kind of dumb local nonsense that gets invented in small mountain towns when folks run out of elk stories and divorce gossip. "The Ridge people?" He shrugged. "You know, fancy company, bad table manners." "Who the hell are the Ridge people?" For a second, I expected him to come back with something smart. A dig about off-grid weirdos or tweakers in the timber, or rich survivalist types with generators and too much land. Instead, he just looked past me toward the open yard, and whatever had been joking in his face a second earlier went flat. "Just latch the cabin if you stay there," he said. "Yeah, okay." He pushed off the truck as if that settled it. I remember watching him walk back toward the shop and thinking he'd either decided to commit to the bit or regretted saying anything in the first place. It didn't bother me then. People in rural agencies collect stories the way old men collect pocket knives. Every drainage has something attached to it. Lion sightings that turn into cult stories. Meth camps that become Satanists. Illegal hunting camps that become ghost lights and skinwalkers. And whatever else the internet makes available to people with too much time and bad signal. By 8:30, I was on the road out of town. The drive started on a 2-lane blacktop that ran past feed stores, propane tanks, hay fields, and the kind of modular homes with 3 trucks in the yard and at least 1 barking dog chained in the shade. Then the houses thinned out, the shoulders narrowed, and the valley opened. You could see the country lifting ahead in long folds of timber and broken rock, blue farther back where the bigger peaks stood. The road signs switched from county to Forest Service, their brown paint faded and peeling from years of snow and sun. One of the marker posts near the turnoff had been hit enough times that it leaned at an angle, as if trying to leave. I rolled the windows down once the pavement gave way to washboard dirt. Warm air came in, carrying pine pitch, dry grass, and that faint mineral smell you get from sun on stone. It was a good smell, honest. Late summer in the mountains can feel almost medicinal when you've spent too many days indoors. The farther I drove, the less evidence there was that anyone had business being out there. A cattle guard, a locked gate to an old service spur, a turnout littered with beer cans so weathered they'd turned pale as bones. Then just road, climbing and bending through timber. I passed a trailhead sign half hidden by willow growth and backed up to read it. The lettering was still there under the fading. Basin access, mileage, wilderness boundary. Below it sat a register box with a warped lid and a stack of papers inside curled from moisture. I signed in, glanced over the older entries, and saw what you always see at places that don't get much friendly use. 3 names from one weekend, then nothing for days, then one solo hiker, then blank lines running down the page like missing teeth. I stayed there a minute longer than I meant to, not because anything felt wrong, just because the place felt so quiet it made the act of signing your name seem more official than usual. Like you weren't checking into a trail so much as declaring yourself to an empty ledger. When I got back in the truck, I noticed the sun had shifted enough to pull the resin smell stronger out of the pines. It clung to the heat. I remember thinking it would be a beautiful place to spend a night if all I had to worry about was weather and mice. The last stop before the real hike was the district storage shed where we kept overflow gear and old keys. It sat off to the side of a maintenance yard, half in shadow, smelling like chain oil, wet canvas, and old plywood. I went in to see if the cabin key was still where it was supposed to be, hanging on a tag board no one had updated in years. It was, on a bent hook, tagged in faded marker with Ridge Cabin. While I was unhooking it, I heard someone behind me clear their throat. It was Ed Barlow, who'd technically been retired for almost a decade, but still turned up often enough that nobody bothered asking why. He'd worked fire and patrol, back when half those structures were still being used, and he carried himself with that loose, careful posture old outdoorsmen get after enough miles and enough damage. He had a box of spark plugs in one hand and a paper sack under his arm. His eyes dropped to the key, then to me. "You heading up there alone?" he asked. "Looks that way." He nodded, but not like he approved. More like he was confirming something he already disliked. "It's one night," I said. "Maybe 2 if I decide I like the view." That should have gotten at least a grunt. Instead, he shifted the sack under his arm and looked somewhere over my shoulder, not quite at me. Then he said, almost casually, almost as if it were no more important than reminding me to watch for weather, "If you stay in the cabin, keep the door latched before dark." He said it so plainly that for a second I thought maybe there was some practical issue with the frame swelling in the cold, some warped hinge problem, some old-timer thing about mountain structures settling at night. But he still wasn't looking at me. And for the first time that morning, something small and cold moved under my ribs. Not fear, not yet. Just the sense that 2 different people had made what sounded like the same joke, and neither of them had smiled when they said it. Chapter 1. The Assignment. I left my truck at the trailhead, while it was still more night than morning, the engine ticking softly as it cooled in the dark, and the beam from my headlamp cutting a pale tunnel through the dust I'd kicked up pulling in. The sky overhead had that hard, star-filled clarity you only get at elevation, where every point of light looks closer than it ought to, and the cold has a way of sharpening the edges of things before sunrise. When I stepped out and shut the door, the silence that followed felt complete enough that the sound of the latch seemed rude. It was colder than I'd expected down there in the basin. Not dangerous cold, not yet, but enough that I could see my breath in the glow of the lamp when I leaned back into the truck for my pack. The kind of cold that lives in shaded ground and low places before dawn, and gives up only reluctantly once the sun gets over the ridges. I zipped my jacket, shrugged into my gear, checked my sidearm by habit more than concern, and stood for a second, looking at the trailhead sign and the black line of timber beyond it. There wasn't much to see in the dark except outlines. The register box sat off to one side like a crooked little grave marker. The Forest Service map behind its scratched plastic window had gone cloudy with age. Somebody had stapled a torn notice about fire restrictions to the post months earlier, and the corners had curled in on themselves. Behind all that, the trail disappeared into the trees as cleanly as if it had been swallowed. I clicked off my headlamp once just to listen. Nothing moved. No vehicle sounds from the road. No voices. No nearby water. Just the faintest hiss of wind in high branches somewhere far enough off that it barely seemed connected to the same place I was standing. It wasn't an unnatural silence. Not then. Just the ordinary silence of a remote trailhead before sunrise. The kind that makes you aware of your own breathing and the creak of your pack straps. I signed the register, tucked the pencil back into the little loop of twine, and started up. The first part of the trail climbed fast through dark timber, switchbacking across the slope in long, steady turns that would have been pleasant later in the day and felt mean in the cold before dawn. The beam of my light caught roots, stones, old needles laid thick over the tread. Here and there, the forest floor gave back a shine where frost had formed on rotten wood. I could smell damp soil, pine duff, and that faint, resinous bite that comes from sap and bark cooling all night under clear skies. It took maybe 15 minutes for my body to warm into the hike. After that, the cold stopped feeling personal and became just another fact of the morning. My breath leveled out. My hands loosened. I got into the rhythm I always found on solo climbs. Boots, breath, pack shift, repeat. It's a useful rhythm because it gives your mind something to do besides invent trouble where there isn't any. As the eastern sky began to thin from black to charcoal, the woods around me started to separate into actual shapes. The trunks came first, tall and dark and tight together. Then the low tangle of deadfall and saplings. Then the trail itself broadening from a guess into a line I could trust without the lamp. I clicked it off and hiked in the early gray instead. There was elk sign all through that stretch. Tracks pressed into a damp patch near a seep. Old droppings turned hard and black. Bark stripped from young aspen where bulls had worked them over in previous seasons. At one bend, I found where something big had bedded down under a blowdown. The needles flattened in an oval and still holding the shape. Ordinary things. Reassuring things, even. Animal sign has rules to it. It tells you what's been there, and, most of the time, whether it intends to bother with you. As the light grew, I started noticing the dead trunks too. The beetle-killed ones, stripped of life and gone silver in the weather, standing among the living spruce like old bones left upright out of stubbornness. A lot of high country forest looks that way now. Whole slopes touched by that gray, some of the dead still standing, some already down. Their bark gone and woods split by years of snow and sun. In the half-light, they looked almost luminous. Every so often, the switchbacks opened onto little breaks in the trees where the country fell away beneath me in huge, cold layers. Dark ridges, pale meadows, distant slopes already catching the first weak gold of the sun, while the basin I was climbing through stayed blue and shadowed. One of the reasons people love those mountains is because they can make you feel like the world is clean again. Everything's spread out, everything quiet, air so clear, distance stops making sense. That morning was beautiful in exactly that way, and I remember that clearly because it matters. It matters that the place was beautiful before it wasn't. Farther up, the trail got older looking. I don't mean it stopped being maintained, not exactly. It had probably never been much maintained to begin with. But it bore those little signs of long use, followed by long neglect. At one turn, I passed an old blaze cut into a lodgepole trunk, the scar half swallowed now by bark grown inward around it. It had probably been made decades earlier, back when somebody still cared about marking this route for horses or crews or fire access. Another 100 yards up, I saw rusted fragments of a food tin near the edge of the path, flattened into the dirt and reddened with age until they looked almost natural. Later still, I came across what I first took for a fallen rail, only to realize after I stepped over it that it was the remains of an old hitching post, collapsed and gray with rot, the iron ring still bolted into one side. Those details did something subtle to the mood of the hike. Not enough to alarm me, but enough to remind me that the country I was walking through had once been used harder and more regularly by people who no longer came there. That has a different feeling from simple wilderness. Wilderness untouched is one thing. Wilderness with traces of vanished routine is another. It suggests not emptiness, but withdrawal. I stopped once around sunrise to drink water and listen. By then I'd climbed high enough that I could look back through the trees and see how far the trailhead country had already dropped away. No road, no truck, no sign at all that I'd left anything behind. Just timber, ridge folds, and a few pale openings where old slides or meadows caught the light. Places like that make distance feel larger than the map says it is. You can know exactly how many miles you've covered, and still feel the more important truth of it in your body. That if something goes wrong, help does not arrive quickly. That didn't bother me much. It was part of the job. If anything, I preferred it to busier assignments. Out there, the problems were usually cleaner. You found sign, or you didn't. You found a camp, or you didn't. You documented what mattered and came back out. Remote country strips a lot of nonsense off a task. Still, I remember thinking sometime in that second hour that this particular basin felt farther than it should have. Not farther in a mystical sense, just in the way certain places stop offering reminders of human convenience sooner than others do. No boot prints in soft patches, no candy wrappers, no fresh cuts on deadfall. Even the trail itself seemed less like a route people were using and more like an old agreement the mountain hadn't fully erased yet. By late morning, the climb eased. The timber opened a little, and the ground underfoot changed from a root-heavy incline to a narrower, rockier grade angling toward the ridge. The air had warmed enough that the smell of pine pitch came back, richer now, mixed with sun on bark and dry stone. Jays had started up somewhere downslope. A squirrel scolded me from a dead trunk and then vanished around the far side, as if embarrassed by its own commitment. I crested the last rise just before noon and saw the cabin. It sat slightly off the ridgeline, not dramatic enough to deserve the name Lookout in the romantic sense, but high enough to command the basin below. The first thing I noticed was how small it looked. In my head, I'd pictured something roomier. Maybe because people in agency offices tend to talk about old field structures as if they're all roughly interchangeable. This one wasn't much more than a weathered box, set on a rough foundation, with a narrow porch sagging at one corner, and a roof that had clearly been patched years earlier with sheet metal darker than the rest. The boards were faded nearly gray. One small window faced the slope below. A state property sign still clung to the exterior wall, sun-bleached and cracked, its lettering barely legible unless you stood close. It looked tired. Not abandoned in the dramatic horror movie sense, just old in a practical, underfunded government sense. The kind of place that had outlived the budget lines that once justified repairing it. That sight relieved me more than I expected it to. Shabby I could handle. Shabby made sense. Shabby meant mice, drafty boards, maybe a warped hinge. Shabby meant not mysterious. I dropped my pack on the porch, tested the boards with one boot before putting my full weight on them, and fished out the key. The lock stuck once before turning. The door opened with a dry groan that sent dust and stale wood smell out into the noon air. Inside, the place was about what I'd expected after all. One room, iron bed frame against the wall, small wood stove, empty wooden crate in one corner, a table with one split leg braced by an improvised wedge of scrap under it, a couple shelves, cobwebs in the upper corners, mouse droppings where you'd expect them, and not too many where you wouldn't. The floorboards were rough but solid. The interior smelled like old wood, cold ashes, rodent nests, and the faint mineral damp that buildings pick up when they spend long winters locked against weather. The door had an old mail slot cut into the lower middle portion of it, narrow and rectangular, the thin metal flap tarnished, nearly black. I noticed it because it was an odd thing to find in a structure that remote, then immediately filed it away as one of those reused material quirks common to old government cabins. Somebody decades earlier had salvaged a door from somewhere else and decided it was good enough. That was all. I set my pack down by the bed and opened the window a few inches to let some of the trapped smell out. The hinges complained, but the sash stayed up. I checked the radio next and got what I'd feared. Signal, but weak. Enough static to make conversation unpleasant, enough clarity to reach out if I had to. That was good enough. Out there, usable often counts as luxury. Then I did the small things people always do when they're trying to turn a temporary shelter into a place they can tolerate. I shook dust off the blanket folded at the foot of the bed, tested the table without leaning too hard on the bad side, set my water where I wouldn't kick it over in the dark, leaned my pack against the wall, checked the stovepipe from inside for obvious cracks, looked under the bed for anything unpleasant, found only dust and one old bottle cap. For a few minutes, that was enough to make the cabin feel almost decent. Not welcoming exactly, but workable. A roof, a stove, a bed frame, a door that locked. I'd stayed in worse places on state time and on my own dime. The fact that it stood on that ridge with a view did half the rest of the work for it. I stepped back outside after unloading and walked to the edge of the slope below the porch. From there, I could see Mirror Tarn laid out in the basin beneath me, dark and still, and almost unnaturally clean-looking from that height. The water held the sky in a hard black-blue sheet, broken only at the edges by rock, stunted trees, and the narrow threads of inflow where the drainage fed it. There was no wind touching it then, no sparkle, no chop. Just a fixed, glassy darkness that made the lake seem deeper than it probably was. Beyond it, the country rolled away in ridges and timber fingers and small meadows hidden in folds of land. It was the kind of view that would make a magazine spread or a tourism brochure if the average tourist had any appetite for earning their scenery. Standing there, with the noon light warming the boards behind me and the basin laid open below, I remember thinking that the whole assignment might turn out easy. Walk the shoreline, look for trap sign, maybe find an old camp, write up the report, sleep, head out. There's a particular kind of confidence that comes from seeing a place in full daylight and convincing yourself that because it is visible, it is understandable. I had that confidence then. I ate half a sandwich on the porch, drank some water, checked the time, and decided to make a reconnaissance loop before evening. I wanted to look at the descent route to the lake, the shoreline, and at least one of the feeder channels while there was still plenty of light. Better to learn the terrain early than try to interpret it tired the next morning. I locked the cabin, mostly out of habit, then immediately unlocked it again, because that felt ridiculous with nobody for miles. I left the key in my pocket, stepped off the porch, and started down toward the route that would carry me along the ridge and then into the basin. It was only when I reached the ridge edge and looked down that I noticed the strip of color. At first, it was so small I almost missed it entirely. Just a little faded red mark, low against the green-brown of the brush, tied around a branch near where the descent trail bent into thicker timber. Survey tape, I assumed, or a bit of old flagging left by some long-forgotten maintenance crew. The color had weathered toward a dirty pink red, and it sat low enough that it looked strange for a marker, but not strange enough to stop me. I remember glancing at it once, maybe twice, then looking away. Out there, if you let every small oddity slow you down, you never get anything done. Chapter 1. The Assignment. The trail down from the ridge cabin to the lake looked clearer from above than it did once I put my boots on it. That's true of a lot of mountain routes. From a distance, everything resolves into simple lines. Timber here, open slope there, water below, destination obvious. Up close, the land gets more particular. The descent folded through rock outcrops, root tangles, and narrow, shadowed sections where the trail thinned to a guess between brush and deadfall. By then, the sun was high enough to warm the exposed spots, but under the trees, the ground still held a coolness that rose up through the soles of my boots when I stepped in damp patches. I moved at a decent pace, not rushing, just trying to get a feel for the basin before the light started slanting. From the cabin, the lake had looked like a smooth piece of dark glass set into the mountain. Down in it, the country felt less clean and more closed in. The trees along the upper descent leaned tighter together than they had appeared from above. And the sound changed too. On the ridge I'd had wind, open distance, the loose, high hush of exposed ground. Lower down, the air felt held in place. Sounds traveled shorter. My own steps seemed to land heavier. I found the first sign of recent use before I reached the water. Not anything dramatic, just fish scales pressed into a patch of damp mud near a bend where the trail flattened for a few yards. They had already begun to dull and stick to the ground, but they were recent enough that they still caught the light like pieces of torn foil. A few feet from that, I saw a short section of monofilament line snagged around a broken twig, cut clean rather than snapped. Then, under the heel of my boot as I shifted around a rock, something pale and cylindrical rolled free from the dirt. I bent down and picked it up. A cigarette filter, mashed flat into the soil and stained dark at one end. That was enough to tell me I wasn't chasing ghosts or bad memory. Someone had been using the drainage recently. Maybe more than one someone. The scales and line could have belonged to any ordinary fisherman. The cigarette said whoever had been there had stayed still long enough to smoke, or had returned often enough to stop caring about leaving traces. The basin was remote, but not untouched. I kept moving. The feeder stream came in narrow and clear from the north side of the lake, spilling over rock shelves and under root-warped banks before flattening into marshy ground near the shoreline. The whole area smelled like cold water, mud, crushed willow, and sun warming old needles. I checked the edge for more sign and found enough to keep my interest up without settling anything. Boot disturbances near the waterline, a place where someone had turned stones over looking for something. Another tangle of line. Nothing that screamed deliberate large-scale poaching, but enough to justify the hike. I remember thinking that if I was lucky, I'd spend the rest of the afternoon documenting a sloppy fisherman, write a report no one would enjoy reading, and sleep badly in a dusty state cabin before walking back out the next day. At the time, that sounded irritating in the most manageable way possible. I was following the stream bank where it widened near a patch of reeds when I saw him. He sat maybe 40 yards off, close to the lake's edge, where the water darkened suddenly and the shoreline dropped away under the surface. He was on something low, an overturned bucket or a short camp stool. I couldn't tell at first. And he was so still that for a second, I took him for part of the bank. The rod was in his hand, angled over the water. No hat movement, no shift of shoulders. Nothing but that one hard line of the rod and the suggestion of a man around it. I stopped without really meaning to. There are people outdoors who know how to sit still enough to disappear into a place. Hunters do it. Good fishermen do too. But this was different. It wasn't the stillness of patience. It looked more like someone trying not to be seen despite already being in the open. I moved again after a few seconds, this time more deliberately, making enough noise on the bank that I wouldn't startle him by walking up silent. That's courtesy, mostly. No point approaching a stranger near the water like a cat burglar, especially if you're about to identify yourself as a wildlife officer. As I got closer, I could make out more of him. He was older, though not frail. Late 50s, maybe. Maybe older in the hard-used way mountain men sometimes age. He wore an old military surplus field jacket, faded nearly to the color of dead sage, the fabric darkened in places with old grime and fresh sweat. The brim of his cap looked almost wet where it shaded his forehead. His face was narrow, skin rough and sun-worked, with a gray-brown beard that had grown unevenly and been trimmed by no one who cared much about symmetry. One sleeve had been crudely patched at the elbow, with thread too bright to match anything else on him. What caught my eye most, though, wasn't the jacket or the beard. It was the strip of dirty red cloth tied around his wrist, half hidden where the cuff had ridden back. Not bright red, weathered, stained, faded enough in places to look pink. It reminded me of the little strip I'd seen from the ridge, though I didn't make much of that connection then. Out there, people tie all sorts of things to themselves for all sorts of reasons. Good luck charm, rag, marker, piece of nothing. His footwear looked odd too, though I couldn't have told you why in that first glance. It wasn't until later that I understood what had bothered me. At the time, I only registered that his boots, or what I assumed were boots, seemed too narrow, the soles too flat and dark, as if they'd been built up from something improvised rather than bought whole. I gave him what I thought was a polite distance and said, "Afternoon." The reaction I got was all wrong. He jerked so hard he nearly dropped the rod. His shoulders came up, his head snapped around, and for one sharp second, the look on his face was so nakedly alarmed that I had the ridiculous impression I'd walked in on a man hiding from gunfire, rather than fishing in a quiet alpine basin. He wasn't angry at being approached. He was scared I'd managed to do it. I held up one hand a little, more to calm him than because I thought he was dangerous. "Sorry, didn't mean to sneak up on you." He stared at me for another moment, chest moving fast, once, twice, then seemed to force himself back into control. His eyes flicked past me, beyond me, into the trees upslope before settling on my face again. "You staying up there?" he asked. His voice was low and rough, not quite old exactly, but used hard. He asked it like the answer mattered to him more than anything else I might say. I assumed he meant the ridge cabin. "Yeah," I said, "just for the night." He looked away again, toward the timberline on the far side of the water. I introduced myself, gave him the short version: state wildlife, field check, reports of illegal take and trapping activity in the basin. Standard stuff. Usually, once you say those words to a fisherman, one of two things happens. They get defensive right away, or they get cooperative in a hurry because they know they're clean. This man did neither. He kept scanning the trees. "You fishing here long today?" I asked. No answer to that. Instead, he said, almost to the lake itself, "They don't like the ridge used wrong." I waited a beat, thinking I must have misheard him. Who doesn't? That got me a quick look, not hostile, but tight. He licked his lips once before speaking again. "You don't say names up here after sundown." The way he said it bothered me less for the content than the tone. He didn't sound like he was performing local color nonsense to spook a stranger. He sounded like a man trying to deliver an instruction in the smallest number of words possible. I tried steering us back toward the reason I was there. "You seen anyone running lines or keeping fish around the lake?" He didn't answer that either. His hand tightened on the rod. His other hand moved once to his wrist, thumb rubbing the dirty red cloth there without seeming aware of it. He kept looking past me into the timber in these quick little checks, never long enough to seem obvious if you weren't already watching him do it. "If they leave your door," he said, "you go." That was the moment I started leaning toward one of two explanations. Either the man was trying in a roundabout way to intimidate me off the basin. Maybe he was involved in whatever had been going on around the lake and wanted me gone before dark. Or he was one of those deep country eccentrics you run into once in a while. A man who had lived alone with his own rules long enough that ordinary speech had gone crooked on him. I'd met both kinds. So I asked him again, a little firmer, whether he had caught any protected species up there or seen anybody else who had. He looked at me then, really looked at me, and what I saw in his face wasn't guilt. It was frustration. Fear-frayed frustration, like I was failing to grasp something simple and important. "You leave a little food out," he said, "or money at dusk, if you want permission." I almost smiled at that, not because it was funny exactly, but because it fit too neatly into my first theory. Weird local intimidation, a made-up ritual. Something designed to push outsiders off a place by making it sound occupied by forces too vague to challenge. Leave an offering. Ask permission. Don't say names. It had the shape of folklore without the conviction. "Message received," I said dryly. "I'll run it by accounting." He didn't laugh. That was what unsettled me most in that exchange. Most men trying to rattle you with a story, no matter how committed they are to the bit, eventually betray themselves. A twitch at the mouth, a hint of satisfaction, some sign that they know they're playing at something. This man looked like he wanted me to stop talking and start listening, and knew he was losing that fight. I asked him for his name. He ignored that too. I asked if he knew anything about snare wire in the upper drainage. Nothing. I asked where he came in from because I hadn't passed anyone else on the trail. That, more than any other question, made him visibly agitated. Not angry, alarmed. He shifted on the little seat, eyes cutting once more to the trees, then to the ridge above us, where the cabin sat hidden from this angle. "You stayin' up there?" he said again, quieter now. "You latch that door before dark." There it was. The same basic warning, third mouth, same day. By then, my patience had started to thin. Not because I was scared, I wasn't. I was irritated. Long hike, weak radio, half my afternoon burning off while a stranger in surplus gear talked like a man trying to communicate through a dream. I had work to do, shoreline to check, maybe traps to find, and this guy was either playing games or losing his mind in one of the prettier basins in the state. "I appreciate the mountain wisdom," I said, "but if you know somebody's taking fish or running traps up here, now's the time." He swallowed, glanced once at the rod in his hand, as if surprised to find it there, and said, "You don't ask once it's quiet." I let that hang for a moment. Then I said, "Okay." I meant it in the flat way people do when they've decided there is no productive version of the conversation left to have. I turned to go. Behind me I heard him shift, the stool legs or bucket scraping rock very slightly. And for a second I expected him to call out something belligerent, some final piece of rural nonsense about trespassing or government men or minding my business. Instead, his voice came after me low and strained, carrying farther over the still water than it seemed it should have. "If it's quiet all at once," he said, "don't wait to understand it." I didn't answer. I just lifted a hand without looking back and kept walking along the shoreline. For maybe a minute, I was mostly irritated with myself for letting the encounter get under my skin at all. The basin was remote. Remote places collect remote people. Some harmless, some not. I'd been warned in 3 different versions to latch the cabin door before dark. But even that still sat comfortably enough inside ordinary logic. Maybe the structure attracted drifters. Maybe some local off-grid family used the area and preferred outsiders gone. Maybe the old man by the lake had watched too many winters come down over too few human faces and turned superstitious from isolation. All of that was easier to believe than anything else. I followed the feeder stream a little farther, took notes where it widened, checked a patch of mud for more sign, and crouched to inspect a broken section of line caught under a root. When I straightened back up, I found myself looking over my shoulder toward the part of the shoreline where the fisherman had been sitting. I don't know why I looked. Maybe because I wanted one more glance at him to confirm he was just a difficult old local. Maybe because some quieter part of my mind had been counting on the sight of him still there to make the whole exchange feel less strange. But he wasn't there. The bank was open and empty. The stool or bucket was gone too. No movement in the reeds, no shape among the rocks, no figure heading into the trees. Just the dark edge of the water, the patch of shore where he'd been, and the lake holding stillness like a sheet of blackened metal under the afternoon sun. What made it worse was that I hadn't heard him leave. No footsteps on stone, no crack of brush, no slosh at the bank. Nothing. I stood there longer than I care to admit, staring at that empty stretch of shoreline, listening to a silence that suddenly felt less like peace than attention. Chapter 2. The Cabin on the Ridge. By the time I started back up toward the ridge, the light had already begun to change. That happens fast in the mountains, especially late in the season. The afternoon doesn't exactly dim at first, it just loses a certain openness. Shadows gather under the trees before you notice them. The bright places shrink. And suddenly the basin that looked broad and almost friendly an hour earlier starts sorting itself into darker pieces. I'd spent longer than I meant to around the lake and the feeder stream, partly because I'd found enough evidence of recent use to justify taking good notes, and partly because I'd let that strange exchange with the old fisherman eat more of my attention than I wanted to admit. I told myself I was only irritated. That was mostly true. Still, on the way back up, I caught myself checking behind me more than once without any real reason. Not because I thought the man was following me, more because he'd left me with the unpleasant feeling that I'd walked into a conversation already in progress and somehow failed to understand my role in it. The climb back to the cabin felt steeper than the descent had, the way return climbs always do after your legs have cooled. The lake dropped behind me in pieces through the trees, dark glimpses of water between trunks and brush. The air had warmed enough lower down that I'd shed one layer, but under the deeper timber it still held that damp, mineral chill that never fully leaves shaded ground. I could smell crushed needles, cold water on rock, and the resin of sun-struck pine higher up where the ridge opened. By the time the cabin came back into view through the trees, I was more tired than I should have been from a relatively ordinary loop, and I was glad to see it. It looked exactly the same as I'd left it. Small, gray, practical, slightly sagging at one corner. The patched roof still caught the evening light in dull metal flashes. The porch board still leaned toward the downhill side. The state property sign still clung to the wall in a way that suggested the building had outlived the bureaucracy that once cared about it. There's comfort in unchanged things when you've spent a day moving through country that doesn't offer much human reassurance. Even a shabby old cabin can feel like civilization if it has straight lines, a door, and a place to set your pack. I unlocked it, stepped inside, and let the familiar little stale breath of old wood and dust meet me. Nothing inside had shifted. No signs of anyone entering. No fresh disturbance I could see. My pack where I'd left it. Water bottles against the wall. Window still cracked open a few inches from earlier. I checked that first, more from habit than suspicion, then set about doing what people always do in lonely places when they want to feel less lonely. I started performing ordinary tasks. I used one of the bottles I'd carried in rather than fooling with filtering lake water that night. The less messing around outside after dark, the better. And besides, I had enough with me to get through until morning if I was halfway careful. I lit the stove with some old split wood from the pile under the porch and got a small, controlled burn going, just enough to take the edge off the interior chill and make the cabin feel occupied by something besides memory and mice. The first smoke smell that came from it was old and dry, with that slightly metallic tang wood stoves get when they haven't been used in a while. Once the draft caught and the flame settled into itself, the smell improved. I ate one of the sandwiches, now flattened nearly paper thin in my pack, along with the bruised apple and a few swallows of lukewarm water. It wasn't much of a meal, but it was enough to quiet the body's complaints. Afterward, I sat at the table with the split leg and wrote up the notes from the day while there was still enough light from the window to save my flashlight battery. Fish scales near the feeder, monofilament, cigarette filter, possible camp use. One unidentified male fisherman contacted at lake edge, uncooperative. Mentioned ridge access and local superstition. Suggested further daylight survey of north drainage. Writing things down helped. It always did. Field notes have a way of flattening experience into manageable pieces. A strange encounter becomes contacted one male subject. An uneasy feeling becomes noted unusual local comment. Paper makes room for reason in a way memory often doesn't. By the time I capped my pen and stretched back from the table, the little routine had done what I needed it to do. I felt calmer, slightly embarrassed even by how much attention I'd given the fisherman in my own head. Men like that exist in every rural county in America. Men who live half a step outside everyone else's social contract and turn places into private myth. I'd met enough of them in my line of work to know that their oddness usually had a simpler explanation than it first appeared to. Loneliness, booze, territorial habit, grievance. Some private theology built out of weather and repetition. I stepped back outside with the empty apple core in hand and stood for a moment on the porch, letting the cool air hit my face. The evening had gone soft and gold out on the farther ridges, but around the cabin the shadows were thickening already. The basin below had darkened. Mirror tarn no longer reflected much of the sky. It sat in the trees like a polished piece of black stone. The wind had dropped too. Not completely, but enough that the trees weren't making much noise. I tossed the apple core well away from the porch and looked down as I turned back. That was when I noticed the print. It sat between two of my own boot marks in the dirt near the porch steps. And what caught my eye first wasn't that it was there, but that it didn't fit. My own tread was obvious enough. Standard state-issued hiking soles, blunt edges, worn a little at the outside heel. This print was narrower and longer, pressed into the dust with a cleaner shape than the ground should have held unless it was fairly fresh. I crouched to look at it. It wasn't a normal boot print. That much was obvious right away. There was no commercial tread pattern, none of the usual lugs or branded geometry you see in outdoor footwear. Instead, the sole had left two long parallel grooves running lengthwise, with a series of short crossbars between them. Ribbed, almost. Primitive looking. Familiar in the wrong way. It took me a second to place what it resembled. A cut tire tread. Not exactly like a tire rolling over dirt, but like someone had taken rubber from an old tire and shaped it into the bottom of a shoe or overshoe. I'd seen homemade soles once or twice before in evidence photos from off-grid camps and poverty cases, but never in person that I could recall. And not there, not around a state cabin on a ridge above a protected lake. I leaned closer. The print pointed across the front of the cabin rather than toward the steps. Whoever made it hadn't simply walked up to the porch and back. They had crossed through the yard area between my tracks. I looked left, then right, and saw another one. Then another. I stood up and moved a few feet to the side for a better angle. The dirt around the cabin was marked by more of them than I'd realized at first glance. Not an obvious crowd of tracks, not churned up enough to leap out the second you stepped outside, but enough once your eye adjusted to the pattern. Narrow prints. Long, ribbed impressions. Some distinct, some partly broken by older weather or my own boot traffic. They passed around the cabin in an irregular loop, curving near the porch, then around the wall with the window, then farther out toward the back. I followed the nearest one slowly, not because I was afraid yet, but because concentration had replaced calm. The kind of concentration that comes when a situation has shifted without making a sound. There were many prints, not just one set. Some overlapped. Some were faint with age. Under a few fresher impressions, I could see older versions half erased into the hard ground, as if the same route had been walked again and again over time. That mattered more than the strange tread itself. A single set might have belonged to one eccentric drifter cutting across the ridge. Multiple visits, layered over one another, meant the cabin was a place people returned to. Or watched. That thought came to me, and I pushed it away almost immediately, irritated by it. There were simpler explanations. Transient campers, hunters using the structure unofficially. Squatters maybe, though the place was too exposed for anyone seeking real cover. A nearby off-grid resident I didn't know about. The old fisherman himself, or people like him. People with homemade footwear for reasons that would sound sad rather than sinister in daylight. I told myself all of that while continuing to circle the cabin. The tracks did not comfort me. They kept close to the walls in places, then drifted out in others. Near the window, just the one small window looking downslope, they gathered more tightly. I saw 3 clear impressions there, maybe 4, where someone had stood or shifted weight in the dirt beneath the sill. Not right against the wall, a step back. The position of a person trying to see in without placing a hand on the glass. I looked up at the window and had the very unpleasant realization that from the bed inside, a person sleeping there would be visible from almost exactly that spot if any light were on in the cabin. That was the first moment the unease stopped being intellectual and became physical. Nothing dramatic, just a small contraction under the sternum, a feeling like a room had quietly lost a degree or 2 of warmth. I kept moving around the side of the cabin, crouching now and then to study better preserved marks. Some were clearly recent, the edges still held. Others were older, softened by time and weather, until they seemed more like impressions of impressions. Once, while kneeling to inspect one where the dirt had collected in a shallow depression, I noticed a tiny dark flake pressed beside the print. At first I thought it was bark. Then I pinched it up between 2 fingers. It was too hard and curved for bark. Not quite translucent, not quite opaque. A sliver of something like horn or nail. Along one edge clung a dark brown-black stain, dry and dull, but with the unmistakable look of something organic that had once been wet. Blood was my first thought, though I couldn't prove that. Could have been old sap, old rot, any number of things. Out there, the mind is eager to label anything unpleasant with the worst available word. I dropped it back into the dirt almost at once. By then, the ridge no longer felt pleasantly isolated. It felt occupied in a way I couldn't see. The cabin itself seemed smaller, too, as if the lines I'd trusted when I arrived had been redrawn by the presence of those tracks. Doors and windows change when you stop seeing them as conveniences and start seeing them as weak points. Even the porch looked different to me now, less like a place to sit and more like a stage somebody had walked around before deciding whether to approach. I made myself continue, partly because I needed the full picture, and partly because stopping halfway through would have meant admitting I was rattled. The prints wrapped around the backside of the cabin where the ground rose toward the ridge. That area held less open dirt and more pine needles, but enough soil showed through in patches that I could keep the line. The strange narrow soles had been there too, not once, but many times. Here and there, a heel had dug in deeper where the slope steepened. At one point, I found a print laid almost perfectly over an older one. Same angle, same placement, as if whoever wore those improvised shoes had a habit of stepping the same exact way in the same exact place. That regularity made my mouth go dry. Casual passers-by don't move like that around an empty state cabin. Habit does. Familiarity does. Routine does. I straightened slowly and looked out through the trees behind the structure. The main descent trail to the lake ran down the opposite side. Anyone heading casually to or from the basin should have drifted that way sooner or later. These tracks did not. They curved uphill, behind the cabin, toward the darker rise above it. I stood very still, following the line as far as I could with my eyes before the ground broke into brush and shadow. The prints had not come from the trail below. They had come from somewhere higher on the ridge. Chapter 2. The Cabin on the Ridge. I went back inside first. Not for long. Just long enough to grab my flashlight, check the magazine in my sidearm by habit, and stand still in the middle of the one-room cabin, trying to decide whether I was about to do something sensible or stupid. The stove had begun to throw a little real warmth by then, enough to take the damp edge off the boards and put a faint glow into the metal belly of it. My notes still sat open on the table. My half-crushed sandwich wrapper lay folded beside them. The room looked ordinary, in the way temporary shelters often do, when you've been trying to turn them into someplace usable. That ordinariness made the decision harder. If I had been smarter, maybe I would have shut the door, pushed the chair under the knob, and stayed inside until morning. That is the sort of judgment people like to imagine they'd make after the fact. At the time, I knew 3 things. First, the prints behind the cabin were real. Second, they were recent enough that whoever made them had not necessarily gone far. Third, if someone had been circling the structure and lingering under the window, then I wanted to know from where. That last part mattered to me more than it should have. There's a point in certain situations where fear and professional curiosity begin borrowing clothes from each other. You tell yourself you're assessing risk, when what you're really doing is refusing to back down. So I stepped out again and closed the door behind me. The light had thinned enough by then that the ridge had taken on that flat, late evening color everything gets just before dusk starts separating the woods into blacker and blacker layers. The sky still held brightness above the peaks, but under the trees the day was already withdrawing. I clicked on the flashlight and kept the beam low at first, mostly to hold the tracks. The prints climbed behind the cabin in a diagonal line, cutting through patches of exposed dirt, needles, and root-tangled ground toward the rise above. In the beam, they came and went. A clear, ribbed sole impression in one patch of soil, then nothing for 6 feet, then another where the hillside held moisture. I moved slowly, placing each step with more care than I wanted to admit was necessary. The beam shook only a little, enough for me to notice. The slope behind the cabin wasn't steep exactly, but it rose just sharply enough that the structure below disappeared from view after a dozen paces, then came back in pieces through the trees as I gained height. First the edge of the roof, then part of the porch, then one pale wall catching the last of the light. I kept following the prints uphill, until the ground leveled into a narrow shoulder of land, maybe 70 yards above the cabin, maybe a little more. That was where I found the overlook. The first thing that struck me was how naturally suited the spot was for watching the structure below. It wasn't some random patch of hillside someone had happened to pause on. It was positioned almost perfectly. Between 2 large pines, the trees opened just enough to give a clear line down to the roofline, porch, front door, and the single window. A person standing there could have watched anyone approach the cabin, anyone come out of it, anyone moving around inside if there had been light in the room after dark. It wasn't just a view, it was a sight line. My flashlight beam moved over the ground. The earth there had been flattened by repeated use. Pine needles were crushed down and broken into the dirt. There were scuffs where boots, or those same narrow improvised soles, had pivoted in place. One patch of exposed soil held a pair of heel marks turned slightly outward, as if someone had stood there for a long time and shifted weight from one leg to the other. Near a root on the left side, I found a dark, old spit stain soaked into the needles and hardened there. Beside one sapling, a fresh broken twig had been bent and tucked through a fork in another branch. Not enough to hide a person fully, but enough to break the outline of a shoulder or face if someone stood behind it. That little detail bothered me more than the prints. It was deliberate. This wasn't where somebody had stopped to rest while passing by. Nobody rests in concealment facing a state cabin 70 yards downslope unless they have a reason to care who's inside. I crouched and looked downhill through the opening. From there, the cabin seemed smaller and more exposed than it had from below. The roof patch reflected the last light weakly. The porch lay in shadow. The front door was just visible off to one side, plain as a target. I could almost picture the place the way someone up there would have seen it the night before, or the week before, or however many times those older prints implied. A lit window in the dark. A sleeping body where the bed stood. A lone man moving around by lantern light and thinking he had walls. The hair on my arms had lifted by then. Not because I'd seen anyone. I hadn't. Not because there was undeniable proof of immediate danger. There wasn't. At least, not the kind you can hand to somebody later and expect them to share your conclusion. It was the accumulation that did it. Prints around the cabin, multiple visits, window side impressions. And now this place above it set up like a blind. I swept the flashlight farther right and found the bones. They lay near the base of a deadfall trunk, maybe 8 feet from the center of the overlook, in a rough arrangement too intentional to dismiss once you saw it as a whole. At first, the beam caught only pale fragments among the needles. Then the pattern resolved. Rabbit vertebrae in a little row. A coyote jaw with 3 teeth still in it. 2 rib fragments placed at angles like open fingers. And a cracked deer skull, small enough that I thought for 1 second it might have come from a yearling, the antler nubs broken off or never large to begin with. The skull faced downhill, toward the cabin. I moved closer without wanting to. The bones were not buried or half scattered by scavengers the way wild remains usually are. They had been put there. Some were too clean in one spot and too dirty in another, as if handled. One rib piece had fresh-looking dark residue on the end, not wet, but not old enough for weather to have worked it pale. The coyote jaw had a strip of leather tied loosely through a gap behind the molars. Not much leather, just enough to tell me it had not landed there by accident. I stood very still after that. The trees around me had gone quiet in the ordinary evening sense. Fewer birds, less wind. The little settling down that comes before dark takes over for good. But I suddenly found it impossible to hear any of it as ordinary. My flashlight beam moved back and forth through the trunks, catching bark, dead branches, shadows, and nothing else. Every few seconds I stopped the beam and listened, as if silence might reveal a shape that light was somehow missing. Nothing. I swung the light left. Nothing. Farther up slope. Nothing. Back down toward the cabin, the porch, the roof line, the black square of the window. Nothing moving there either. And yet I felt watched so strongly that it had become less an idea than a sensation, like pressure behind the face. I knew how absurd that would sound written in an official statement, so even there, in my own head, I resisted the phrase. But I don't have a better one. Certain places make you feel alone. That patch of ground made me feel evaluated. I remember straightening too quickly and almost slipping on the needles, then feeling a spike of shame at myself for it. Not because anyone had seen, because I had. That was the emotional turn, I think, the first real one. Until then, I'd still been operating mostly inside annoyance, skepticism, and the practical logic of fieldwork. Strange local, strange prints, probable unauthorized use of the area, but standing there above the cabin, flashlight in one hand and the dark coming on around those arranged bones. I realized how quickly I'd already started altering myself to the place. I was talking less loudly, even when no one was there to hear. I was checking the trees between steps instead of simply walking through them. I was pausing after every small sound I made, as if waiting for a response. I hated that. There's a particular anger that comes when you feel your own behavior being edited by something you don't yet respect enough to name as a threat. It feels humiliating, like yielding in advance. I was armed. I had law on my side, a truck at the trailhead, a radio with enough signal to make contact if things truly went bad. Whatever mountain weirdos had been prowling around that cabin, they were still just people. I kept repeating some version of that in my head while standing there, and the fact that I needed to repeat it told me more than the words themselves. For a minute, I considered leaving right then. Not panicking, not crashing downhill in the dark. Just packing up while there was still enough light left to make decent time on the trail and getting as far as I could before full night. But even as I entertained the idea, the problems lined up against it. Night travel on that descent would be risky. If I turned an ankle or took a fall, I'd be in worse shape than if I stayed. The radio signal was weak at the cabin, but not non-existent. Lower in the timber, I might lose it altogether. And perhaps most honestly, I did not want to hand the whole ridge over to whatever half-seen idiots had decided that circling a state structure and arranging bones above it counted as a message. Fear and pride are cousins. They often walk into trouble together. So I told myself I would go back down, secure the cabin, stay alert, and head out first thing after daylight if the situation still felt wrong. That sounds measured when I say it now. At the time, it was mostly a way of retreating without admitting I was retreating. I took one last look at the overlook before turning away. The flattened ground, the broken concealment branch, the deer skull aimed at the roof below. It had the feel of something maintained rather than discovered. Not a shrine exactly, not in any formal sense, just a place where certain objects had been put in relation to one another and left that way, on purpose. Then I started back toward the cabin. The descent should have been easy. I knew where I was. The structure sat plainly below through the trunks in broken glimpses, enough to orient me. But I found myself moving more slowly than the slope required. Flashlight beams sweeping wider now, every root and branch seeming to hold a second shape just beyond itself. Once, I stopped dead because the light caught what I thought was a pale face at knee height behind a log, and it turned out to be only exposed wood where bark had sloughed off. Another time I heard a tiny click somewhere downslope and stood listening until my legs started to ache, only to realize it had likely been a cooling branch shifting in the evening air. By then, the cabin looked less like shelter than like a point I needed to reach before something else did. I was maybe halfway down when I saw the movement. Not clearly. That's the worst part. People always want clarity when you tell them a story like this later. They want to know what exactly you saw. Man, animal, distance, color, size. I can only tell you what registered. Something shifted between two trunks below me and to the left. Low to the ground, but not on four legs the way deer or elk move through timber. Too quick for a bear. Too controlled for a startled coyote. It crossed a narrow slot of open space and was gone before the beam fully found it, leaving behind only the afterimage of motion. Dark on dark, compact, close to the earth, but wrong in its rhythm. I stopped so hard I nearly slid. The flashlight snapped to where it had been, catching bark, brush, a few pale rocks, nothing else. I waited for the follow-up sound that should have come if it were an animal moving off through the undergrowth. Nothing came. And that, more than the glimpse itself, got hold of me. The movement had been real enough to trip something ancient and immediate in my body. But whatever made it had not crashed away, had not bounded, had not broken brush in retreat. It had simply stopped being where I could see it. Chapter 2. The Cabin on the Ridge. I got back inside before full dark, though not by much. By the time I stepped onto the porch again, the last of the usable light had thinned into that gray-blue mountain hour where edges start dissolving faster than your eyes can correct for them. I unlocked the door, went in, and shut it behind me with more force than I meant to. The sound seemed too loud in the one-room cabin. For a second, I just stood there with my hand still on the knob, listening to the boards settle under my weight, and the stove tick softly as the metal heated and cooled in little dry contractions. The room should have felt safer than it had an hour earlier. 4 walls, 1 door, 1 window, a lock I controlled. Instead, it felt reduced, defined. Every part of it had become suddenly practical in the ugliest way. I wasn't looking at the place as a temporary shelter anymore. I was looking at it as a structure, with limited exits, limited visibility, and multiple vulnerabilities I'd been too casual to care about before. I set the flashlight on the table, drew the pistol out, and started checking the cabin in a more serious way. The window came first. It was narrow and old, the wood around the frame dry and split in places, with only a single pane between the inside and whatever stood outside after dark. I lowered it the rest of the way and tested the latch. It held, but not with any confidence. If somebody wanted to break the glass, the latch wouldn't matter. The best it could do was stop the window from rattling open on its own in wind. The door was worse. From inside, it looked sturdy enough at a glance. Heavy wood, iron latch, old hardware. But once I examined it with the flashlight beam held close, I saw how much wear there was around the lock and frame. Not damage exactly, just age, repeated use, shrink and swell from weather. The sort of thing you stop noticing when you only think of a door as something that opens and closes. Then I looked down at the mail slot. It sat in the lower center portion of the door, narrow and rectangular, with a thin, hinged cover on the inside that had gone dark with age and skin oil from long-vanished hands. Earlier, I'd treated it as a curiosity, a reused door from some other building. Now, I crouched and pushed at the little hatch with 2 fingers. It swung inward too easily. Worse, when I tried to press it shut from inside, it didn't sit flush. The metal had warped or the springs had failed years ago. It hung slightly loose at the top edge, leaving the faintest dark line where outside air touched the floor. Not enough to let a hand through by itself, I thought at first. Then I measured the opening with my eyes and changed my mind. Enough. I straightened, turned, and looked at the bed. It stood almost directly in line with the door, shoved against the wall where anyone lying on it would have their lower body maybe 6 or 7 feet from that slot. A ridiculous old detail to suddenly care about, except I cared about it immediately and completely. I set the pistol down on the blanket, gripped the iron frame, and dragged the bed sideways across the floorboards until it sat offset enough that a body on it would no longer line up with the opening. The noise that made was awful. Iron scraping wood in a tight, hollow room. It seemed to advertise both my presence and my nerves at once. When I stopped, breathing a little harder than the effort warranted, the silence afterward felt even bigger. I took the chair from the table and jammed it under the doorknob at an angle. One leg braced against the floorboards and the top rail wedged tight beneath the metal. It wasn't elegant, but it would at least buy a second or two against somebody trying the door from outside. Then I moved the flashlight closer to the bed and kept the pistol within easy reach beside it. The radio sat on the table where I'd left it. I picked it up, keyed the mic, and tried a check-in. What came back was mostly static. I tried again, changing position near the window and then near the door. Once I thought I caught the shape of a voice buried in the hiss, but it was too broken to make out. The ridge had offered me weak signal earlier. Now, with evening settling in, and whatever atmospheric ugliness mountains like to throw at radios after dark. I had almost nothing. That bothered me more than I liked. Still, almost nothing isn't the same as nothing, and I clung to that distinction because the alternatives were less useful. I set the radio back down, sat at the table, and reopened my notebook. If I couldn't improve the signal, I could at least improve my sense of order. I started writing. Contact with unidentified older male near Lakeshore. Subject evasive, appeared nervous, repeatedly referenced they in relation to Ridge Cabin. Warned against staying after dark. Suggested leaving food or money for permission. Later inspection of area behind cabin revealed multiple narrow tracks with improvised tread pattern consistent with cut tire rubber. Tracks circle cabin and gather beneath window. Tracks continue upslope to concealed overlook approximately 70 yards above structure. Overlook contains repeated sign of human presence, and arranged animal remains facing cabin. Writing that much should have made me feel ridiculous. On paper, the whole thing straddled the line between actionable field detail and something I'd get gently mocked for if I phrased it poorly back at the office. So I chose my words carefully. No dramatic language, no mention of feeling watched, no guesses beyond what I could defend. That helped, for a while. Outside, the woods still sounded normal enough. I could hear the occasional dry hiss of wind touching higher branches beyond the cabin. Once something small moved through brush off to one side, probably a squirrel or chipmunk making a last pass before bedding down. A bird let out a single sharp note down slope, then another farther off answered. Normal mountain evening sounds. Separate, ordinary, loosely spaced. The kind of background noise that keeps a place from feeling abandoned. I leaned into those sounds, hard. I capped my pen, unpacked the protein bar, turned it over in my hand, read the label for no reason except that it was there and familiar. Calories, sodium, ingredients I could pronounce badly but recognized. Then I cleaned my knife, though it didn't need cleaning. Wiped down the table where ash dust from the stove had settled. Rechecked the flashlight battery. Folded and refolded the wax paper from my sandwich into a neat, useless square. Normal motions. Normal objects. The little rituals people use to keep their head in one place when they feel another place trying to claim it. At first, the night outside kept its ordinary shape while I did those things. A branch ticking lightly against another. Some tiny scratch in the leaves. The stove's dry metal noises from behind me. Once, a soft bump under the porch that I told myself was an animal investigating my apple core. Then, slowly, the sounds outside began thinning. Not vanishing in one dramatic sweep. That would have been easier to trust. It happened in subtraction. A little less wind, or maybe just less of it reaching the cabin. No second bird call after the first. The faint brush movement not repeated. Space widening between noises until each one seemed separate enough to stand out, then rarer still. I noticed it before I admitted I was noticing it. That's another detail I remember clearly. The mind resists naming a bad pattern while it still has plausible deniability. I kept reading labels, kept adjusting gear that didn't need adjusting, kept pretending the silence outside was only the natural settling of a mountain evening, even after some part of me had already begun listening for what the silence might be making room for. Eventually, I found myself holding still to hear better. That was when I understood the transition had already finished. The woods had gone quiet. Not dead quiet, not yet. The stove still ticked. The cabin still made its own tiny, old building noises. Now and then, the faintest movement of air touched the wall. but the living world outside had seemed to draw back from the immediate area around the structure. No insects near the window. No scratch of small bodies in the brush. No bird. No moving branch with weight behind it. The kind of quiet that doesn't feel empty so much as withheld. I told myself I was importing the fisherman's warning into an otherwise ordinary night. If it's quiet all at once. Except it hadn't been all at once. It had been gradual, which made the warning worse somehow, not better. I looked at the door. The chair was still braced beneath the knob. The mail slot hung slightly crooked, the dark seam under its edge narrow as a cut. I stared at it longer than I meant to, then forced myself to look away. Time gets strange in places like that. I couldn't tell you whether 10 minutes passed or 30. I know I sat on the bed with the pistol beside my leg and the flashlight in my hand, not turned on, while the last of the dim natural light at the window drained off the walls. The stove painted one side of the room in a low orange pulse that made everything else look more shadowed by contrast. My notebook stayed open on the table where I could see my own careful handwriting and feel faintly comforted by the fact that it existed. Then I heard the scrape. It came from the porch. Soft, brief, not a footstep exactly. More like something hard dragged lightly over old wood. I froze before I even fully understood why. Nothing followed. I waited, breathing too shallowly. Still nothing. I set the flashlight down silently, took the pistol in both hands, and listened so hard the muscles in my jaw began to hurt. The cabin seemed to hold itself still with me. No stove tick, no settling board, just my own pulse landing in my ears. Then the scrape came again. Same place, or close to it. A little longer this time. Wood against wood. Or maybe leather against a weathered board. Not loud enough to be accidental, not regular enough to be wind. I stood up. Every part of me wanted there to be a simple explanation waiting on the other side of the door. A loose branch, an animal climbing the steps, some bit of the porch shifting as temperature dropped. Anything that belonged to the world I'd started in that morning. I moved closer to the door, careful not to put myself directly in line with the mail slot, and called out. "State wildlife," I said, louder than I wanted to. "This cabin is state property." My own voice sounded wrong in the little room. Too official, too human. I tried again. "If somebody's out there, move on. You're trespassing." Silence. No answer. No retreat. No sound of somebody muttering apology or crashing off the porch in embarrassment. I waited. The pistol felt very heavy and very precise in my hands. I kept my eyes on the door handle first, then the seam around the frame, then the mail slot, then back again. It occurred to me that if someone had been standing on the porch listening, they now knew exactly where inside the room my voice had come from. That was not a pleasant thought. I said one more thing, more because procedure demanded it than because I believed it would matter. "I'm armed." Nothing answered. Then, after a stretch of quiet so long it started to feel foolish, I heard movement at last, but not on the porch. Off to one side, very faint. Something easing away from the cabin through the brush, careful enough that if I hadn't been straining to hear, I might have missed it entirely. I stayed where I was. Another few seconds. Then no more sound at all. Little by little, the pressure in my shoulders eased just enough for me to realize how hard I'd locked them. I lowered the pistol a fraction. Not all the way, just enough to let breath move better. I told myself that was probably it. Some local drifter or poacher had come up, found the structure occupied, and decided it wasn't worth the trouble. The circling tracks, the overlook, the bones, still bad, still strange, but not necessarily the prelude to immediate violence. It could still all belong to the broad, ugly category of mountain weirdness that people survive by being careful around. I nearly convinced myself. That's what I remember most clearly about that moment. How badly I wanted the simplest version of events to be the true one, and how close I came to taking that want for evidence. After another minute, I set the flashlight on the bed and crouched beside the door to check the chair brace and the lock one more time. That was when I saw it on the floorboards. Something pale protruded halfway through the mail slot from outside. The inner metal flap pushed inward just enough for it to rest there. For one stupid second, I thought it was a folded scrap of paper. Then I understood the shape. A small knuckle bone. Human, or near enough that I couldn't tell the difference in that instant. Yellow-white in the stove glow, smooth at one end and ugly at the other, with a dirty strip of leather knotted around it. Not dropped in the room, not thrown, deliberately pushed through, just enough so I would have to kneel there and look at it. I did not hear whoever left it approach the door. I did not hear them leave. Chapter 3. The First Attempt. I stayed crouched by the door longer than I should have, staring at the thing on the floorboards, as if the shape might improve if I gave it time. It didn't. The little bone remained exactly what it looked like, pale in the stove glow, narrow at one end, thickened at the joint, tied off with a dirty strip of leather darkened by old handling. It rested halfway through the mail slot. Not dropped carelessly, but placed in the worst possible way. Far enough into the room to be unmistakable. Far enough out that something on the other side had chosen the angle and the patience of it. A message delivered by hand. I didn't touch it. That detail matters because people later always ask what I did first. And I think most of them expect some version of courage or decisive action. Pick it up, throw open the door, turn on the radio, call out. But there are moments when your mind refuses to sort an object into the category it belongs to. I knew I was looking at a threat. What I didn't know was whether it was a threat meant to frighten me, mark me, lure me closer, or simply prove that the line between inside and outside was already more fragile than I wanted it to be. So I stayed where I was and listened. The quiet beyond the cabin had deepened into something I can only describe as total. Not ordinary nighttime quiet, not the pleasant absence of human noise people from cities imagine when they talk about wanting peace. This was the sort of silence that makes a place feel as though sound itself has stepped back to avoid being noticed. The stove had gone still enough that even its little settling clicks had stopped for the moment. No breeze touched the boards. No insect droned at the window. No small animal moved under the porch or in the brush. The mountain around me had not gone to sleep. It had gone watchful. I became aware of my own breathing in a way that made it feel criminal. I eased backward from the door, 1 foot at a time, never taking my eyes off the mail slot. The chair remained jammed under the knob, the old wood of the door showing no movement, no shadow under the seam except that thin line of darkness where outside pressed against the inside world. The bone stayed motionless on the boards, its leather tie curled like a dead thing's tail. I stopped near the bed and lowered myself onto one knee, pistol in hand, flashlight in the other. Then, for reasons I still can't explain except as instinct or stupidity, I switched the flashlight off. The room didn't go fully black. The stove still held a low orange heart behind its grate. But losing that directed beam changed everything. The cabin became shape and glow instead of edges and objects. The corners swelled outward. The window turned into a black square. The door became a darker slab among other dark surfaces. I had meant only to listen better, to strip away my own interference and separate real sound from nerves. I regretted it instantly. Without the flashlight, the darkness felt occupied. That is the plainest, truthful version of it. Not haunted, not supernatural. Occupied. As if by killing the beam, I had stopped looking, and something outside had stepped one pace closer in response. My own skin reacted before my mind did. The back of my neck tightened. The muscles in my shoulders drew up. I felt absurdly certain for one hot second that there was someone standing just outside the door with their face bent close to the slot, waiting for my eyes to give them shape. I clicked the light back on at once. The beam jumped against the door, the floor, the table, the stove, then returned to the mail slot. Nothing had changed. The bone remained where it was. The chair still braced the knob. The little room looked as empty and shabby as before. But I no longer trusted the empty look of it. I kept the flashlight on after that, pointed low enough not to blind myself, but bright enough to make the boundaries of the room hold still. Then I waited. That waiting stretched strangely. Later, I tried to estimate how long it lasted and couldn't do it with any confidence. Long enough for my knee to ache. Long enough for the heat from the stove to make one side of my face warmer than the other. Long enough for me to run through the same set of explanations over and over until they wore grooves in my head. Intimidation, I thought. That was still the cleanest answer. Somebody local, somebody territorial, somebody who knew the cabin, knew it was being used, and wanted the occupant unsettled enough to leave by morning, or make mistakes before then. The bone itself fit that theory. It was ugly, deliberate, effective. The overlook fit too. The tracks. Even the old man at the lake, if he belonged to them somehow. Maybe he had tried to scare me off because the others preferred it that way. Then my mind pushed farther, because fear hates an unfinished outline. Ritual, marker, warning, bait. I hated the last possibility most because it implied a next step. You do not push something halfway into a room unless you expect the person inside to come closer to it, to kneel where I had knelt, to inspect the slot, to place their face and hands where something outside could measure them. I still did not touch the bone. My arm had started to tremble from holding the pistol ready too long when I finally forced myself to sit back against the wall beside the bed. Not to relax, just to avoid wasting strength on a pose that made me feel prepared without actually helping. I rested the flashlight on my knee, aimed toward the door, and listened until the blood in my ears became its own sound. Nothing came. No footstep on the porch, no breathing, no whisper from the other side of the wall. Nothing to confirm the pressure I felt pressing inward from the dark. For a while, that near nothing began to work on me in a different way. A part of me started to believe the entire purpose of the bone might have been exactly this: to force me into stillness, into imagination, into doing half the work for them by exhausting myself before anything more tangible happened. I've seen men get spooked by less in the woods and turn themselves into prey through panic. Move too fast, fire too early, run blind. I knew that. I told myself that. Whatever was happening outside, if anything at all was still outside, it might be little more than a test of nerves. That word came to me then and stayed. Test. Not attack. Not yet. A test to see whether I would open the door, whether I would touch the slot, whether I would talk to the dark. I clenched my jaw and kept still. That was when the first knock came. Not on the door, on the outer wall. 3 soft taps, deliberate, evenly spaced. Wood on wood, or maybe nail on plank. Not loud enough to startle in the ordinary sense, but so precise and controlled that the sound hit me harder than a bang would have. Tap, tap, tap. They came from the wall to my left, just beyond the bed frame, high enough that I pictured a standing person outside touching the boards with the backs of their fingers. I swung the light toward that wall so fast the beam shook. Nothing changed inside the cabin. The rough boards glowed pale in the circle of light. The stove threw its orange pulse. The shadow of the iron bed frame cut across the floor. But beyond the wall, there was no follow-up sound. No shifting weight. No creak of porch board. No accidental noise from an animal brushing past. I waited. A long pause followed. Long enough that I began to wonder whether I had mislocated the taps, whether stress had distorted the direction, whether something in the wall had contracted from the heat of the stove. Then the same 3 taps came again, this time beneath the window. Soft, measured, directly below the sill on the downslope side of the cabin. Tap, tap, tap. The realization arrived with a coldness I felt all the way down my spine. Whoever was outside was moving around the structure without hurry. Not testing the house, testing me. The slow transfer from one point to another, the repetition of the same signal, the silence between. It all carried the confidence of someone who had no fear of interruption. I stood up then, more out of anger than courage. "State wildlife!" I shouted, turning toward the window and then the door, not sure which direction I wanted the words to dominate. "This cabin is state property. Move away from it now." My voice struck the little room hard and died immediately. No answer came back. I took 2 steps toward the door, keeping out of line with the slot, and tried again, louder, pushing authority into the words because authority was the only language I had left that might still belong to the world I understood. "I'm armed. Step away from the cabin." Nothing. Not a mutter. Not a retreating foot. Not a laugh from the trees. It is one of the worst feelings in the world to issue a warning and have the dark decline to recognize the existence of the speaker. I backed away again, slower this time. The beam moved over the door, the floor, the mail slot, then back to the window. My mouth had gone dry enough that swallowing felt loud. I kept waiting for the next set of taps to come from some third side of the cabin, maybe the back wall or the porch floor itself. They didn't. Instead, there was only that impossible stillness. I don't know how long I stood there before I heard the breathing. Even now, I'm not fully certain I heard it at all. It could have been my own breath reflected oddly by the room. It could have been the faint movement of air through the warped slot. But in that moment, with the flashlight beam fixed on the lower half of the door and the bone still lodged partly through the opening, I became aware of a soft, wet rhythm on the other side of the mail slot. Not speech, not a sniff, just the quiet presence of lungs close enough to wood that they changed the sound of the space. I stopped breathing altogether to make sure. There it was again, or almost there. Enough that my body believed it before my mind did. I moved quickly then, but not toward the door. I retreated several feet back, crouching low near the offset bed, with the pistol raised in both hands and the flashlight clamped awkwardly under my support wrist. It was not a clean shooting position, and I knew that, but I could not stand any closer to the slot. The entire lower half of the door had become charged with the possibility of sudden contact. My eyes locked on the mail slot lid. Nothing moved. The leather tie on the bone did not stir. The chair remained wedged under the knob. The handle itself sat still. I remember thinking, absurdly, that maybe this was the point where they gave up. Maybe they had proved what they wanted to prove. Maybe they had heard the strain in my voice, satisfied themselves that I was scared enough, and would let the night settle again. Then, in absolute silence, the little metal lid of the mail slot flexed inward with a tiny metallic click. Not open, not fully, just enough to tell me something on the other side had touched it. Chapter 3. The First Attempt. For a fraction of a second after the mail slot clicked inward, nothing happened. That was almost worse. I stayed crouched by the bed with the pistol leveled at the door, the flashlight beam trembling over the lower panels and the little warped hatch. Every muscle in my body wound so tight that I could feel the pulse in my teeth. The metal flap settled back with a faint, dry tick, and the bone tied with leather still protruded halfway into the room, exactly as before. If I had blinked at the wrong moment, I might have convinced myself the sound had been nothing more than old hardware shifting in a draft. Then the fingers came through. Not all at once. First one dark shape, then another, easing past the edge of the slot with a slow, searching caution that made the whole thing worse than if somebody had simply punched through. The fingertips entered palm down, feeling upward along the inside of the door, as if they already knew where the lock should be and only needed to reacquaint themselves with the exact reach. For one frozen instant, I could not make my mind accept what I was seeing. A human hand where no human hand should have been. The fingers were long, but not elegant. Thick at the joints, flattened in places, moving with a strange, ugly dexterity. They opened and closed against the wood, dragging lightly, nails ticking once against the painted metal of the latch plate. The beam of my flashlight caught their surface in pieces, skin darkened by dirt and weather, the knuckles knotted and swollen. One nail split down so deep I could see the blackened seam where it had regrown wrong. Then more of the hand came through, followed by the wrist, and whatever stunned paralysis I'd been in burned off all at once. I surged forward. It wasn't bravery, it was raw animal refusal. The hand had entered the room, and every part of me reacted to that before language or procedure caught up. I closed the distance in 2 lunging steps and drove my shoulder and forearm hard against the intruding arm, smashing it sideways into the inside face of the door with all the force I could put behind it. The thing on the other side let out a sound I still have trouble describing. Not a shout, not even a full cry. More like a hiss, forced through clenched teeth that broke at the end into something higher and wetter. The arm jerked violently, but it had already come too far through the slot to yank free cleanly. For one awful second, I had it pinned. That second gave me the clearest look. The forearm was ropey with old burn scars, the skin pulled tight and shiny in some places, puckered and ridged in others, as if heat had once melted it, and it had healed badly and unevenly over years. Mud had dried into the creases near the wrist and under the tendons, dark brown packed into old cracks and new grime. The nails were thick, broken, yellowed almost to horn, 2 of them edged black with dirt or old blood or something I did not want to name. Around the wrist was wrapped a strip of greasy cloth so filthy it had gone nearly the color of old engine oil. And under the immediate smell of dry wood and stove heat, another smell entered the room with that arm. A close, intimate reek of rot, cold ash, wood smoke, and something metallic underneath, like rusted tools or old blood on iron. I hit it again, harder, driving the trapped forearm against the door with my boot this time. The hiss sharpened into a yelp. The hand clawed wildly once, nails scraping furrows in the wood above the slot, then ripped backward out of the opening so fast the metal flap snapped and rattled in its wake. I stumbled a half step after it and very nearly put my face in line with the slot before catching myself and jerking away. That was when training came back, ragged and late. I brought the pistol up in both hands and shouted as loud as I could, my voice cracking against the walls of the cabin. "This is state property! I'm law enforcement! Back away from the door!" Even while I yelled it, some part of my brain was still trying to rearrange the situation into something I could survive without admitting the ugliest version of it. Maybe they thought the cabin was abandoned and had been using it. Maybe one crazy bastard from the lake country had decided to scare off whoever turned up. Maybe he was drunk. Maybe he was hurt. Maybe the smell on the arm came from infection, from camp smoke, from poverty, from any human story easier to contain than the one my nerves had already started writing. I remember that denial vividly because it happened so fast. We like to think that when something obvious occurs, a hand comes through your door in the middle of the night, your understanding rises to meet it at once. Mine didn't. Mine lagged behind, desperate to believe there was still one man outside, one deranged trespasser, one solvable problem. No answer came to my warning. No apology either. There was only a brief silence, tight and listening. Then something hit the side window. The shutter on that wall rattled so hard the whole frame jumped. It wasn't a knock. It was an impact. Wood struck by something heavy from outside. I spun toward it, pistol tracking the sound, flashlight beam jerking across the room and catching the narrow window just as the shutter trembled again on its hinges. Another blow came. This one was stronger. I heard the old wood split before I fully saw it happen. One hinge tore loose with a sharp crack, and the shutter sagged outward for half a second as if reconsidering its loyalty to the cabin, before dropping away entirely with a bang against the outer wall. Cold dark filled the exposed pane. The speed of that shift hit me harder than the violence of it. One moment the cabin had been a room with one compromised entry point and a wall between me and the night. The next, it had an open eye. I shouted again, not because I expected compliance anymore, but because I needed the words to keep me from freezing. "Step away from the window!" No response. I backed off at an angle, moving away from both the door and direct line with the glass, trying to place the bed frame and stove between me and the opening without losing the whole room. The flashlight beam caught nothing outside but blackness, and the pale, jagged glint of fractured wood where the shutter had broken off. Then came the third strike. Glass burst inward, not a neat movie shatter, a brutal collapse of old pane and brittle putty, a crack like a gunshot in the little room, then a scatter of shards spraying across the floorboards and bed blanket in a fan of reflected light. I flinched hard enough that the beam slashed across the ceiling before I got it back under control. For one split second, I thought that was the attack, that they had broken the window to frighten me, to widen the pressure, to prove they could. And even then, the mind kept trying to reduce what was happening to a smaller, more survivable logic. Maybe they still think it's empty, I thought absurdly. Maybe one guy just wants in, and the arm didn't tell him I'm armed. Maybe this is still only one lunatic and not... The object that entered the broken window ended that line of thought. A rifle barrel pushed slowly through the jagged frame. It came in with horrible steadiness, the black circle of the muzzle emerging first, then more length behind it, until the flashlight caught dull metal, and, beneath the barrel, the rod fixed under it. Not modern. Not anything I would have expected outside that cabin in the 20th century, much less aimed into a state structure on a Colorado ridge. The wood stock stayed mostly outside, but the angle told me enough. Whoever held it was standing close, careful, and taking time to find a target. I dropped sideways before I even consciously decided to. The rifle fired as I moved. The blast was blinding in the closed space, louder than anything I'd ever heard indoors, more concussive than a modern rifle should have sounded in that room. Splinters blew from the wall where the shot struck, and something hot passed close enough to my cheek that I felt it like a slap of air. Smoke rolled through the broken window after the flash, harsh and old-smelling. Black powder instead of the cleaner sting I knew from regular firearms. I hit the floor hard on one shoulder, half under the table, and fired back toward the window without a clean sight picture, mostly at the shape of the barrel and the darkness holding it. My first shot cracked through the cabin and out into the night. The second hit wood somewhere near the frame. I heard a rough grunt from outside then, or thought I did, followed by the sudden, violent withdrawal of the rifle barrel back through the broken glass. The room stank instantly of powder, hot metal, stove smoke, and old wood splinters. I scrambled backward on hands and boots until my spine hit the far wall, then dragged myself into a crouch beside the bed, with the pistol still up and my flashlight lying on the floor beam sideways, throwing a tilted white stripe across the door, the broken window, and the bone still grotesquely lodged by the mail slot. My own breathing sounded wrecked and foreign to me. The denial was gone then, or most of it, but not all. A ridiculous part of me still wanted this to be human scale and comprehensible. Drunks with old guns, squatters defending the place like idiots, one damaged local and maybe one accomplice. Something ugly, yes, but ordinary in its motives. Because the alternative now wasn't merely that I was under attack. It was that I was inside a sequence these people had practiced enough to perform without hesitation. Hand through the slot, distraction at the window, the gun ready outside before the glass ever broke. From somewhere just beyond the shattered pane, I heard movement in the dark. Not retreat exactly. Repositioning. Chapter 3. The First Attempt. I stayed low after the first shot, half twisted against the wall with one hand braced on the floorboards and the other locked around my pistol so hard my knuckles hurt. The broken window was a jagged black hole in the side of the cabin, breathing smoke and cold into the room. For one stunned second after the rifle withdrew, all I could hear was the ringing in my ears and the dry rattle of glass settling across the floor. Then I saw movement at the frame again and fired. I did not aim cleanly. There wasn't time for clean. I dropped farther sideways, dragging my body out of the direct line of the window while snapping shots toward the opening where I'd last seen the barrel. The flashlight, still lying on its side near the bed, threw a skewed beam across the room and turned the broken glass into a field of scattered white sparks. My first round punched through the edge of the frame. The second vanished into the dark beyond it. On the third, I saw something recoil outside the cabin and heard a short, strangled cry, cut off almost as soon as it began. The answer came fast. The rifle barrel lunged back through the broken pane and fired again. The muzzle flash lit the cabin in one brutal white-yellow burst, bright enough to strip every shadow off the room for a fraction of a second. In that flash, I saw the thing clearly enough to fix it in my memory forever. A long, dark barrel, crude and old-looking, and beneath it, unmistakable, the ramrod fitted under the length of the stock. Not a modern hunting rifle. Not some beat-up deer gun with a cheap scope. Something older. Something that looked like it had crossed a century to get there. The shot smashed into the iron bed frame where the mattress had been only minutes earlier. Metal shrieked. Sparks jumped. The blanket kicked up, and a puff of old stuffing and dust burst through the air. If I hadn't moved the bed, if I'd stayed in the original line of it, that round would have come through where my ribs or spine had been. I fired again and again until the pistol locked back. The noise inside that one-room cabin became unbearable. My own shots, the echo off the walls, the stove humming with impact, my ears flooded with pressure and ringing. Somewhere outside, through all of it, I heard another human sound. A raw animal groan, then a voice barking sharply in a tone that was not panic exactly, but command. I dropped behind the table, hit the mag release by feel, and fumbled a fresh magazine from my belt with hands that had stopped feeling like they belonged to me. It took me 2 tries to seat it. The slide slammed forward under my palm with a hard metallic crack that sounded tiny compared to what had just happened. Then I heard them talking. Not close enough to make out cleanly at first, just voices beyond the broken window and the cabin wall. Low and urgent, and wrong in a way I struggled to place. English, yes, but compressed, chewed down, as if the words had spent too long living in mouths that didn't use them for much beyond necessity. Some phrases were clipped almost beyond recognition. Some consonants came out flat and old-fashioned. There was a cadence to it that felt at once rural and damaged, like speech shaped by isolation more than region. One voice, higher and tighter than the others, said something I couldn't catch at all. Another answered from farther right. Then I heard, clearer than the rest, "He ain't took right. Move him! Move him!" The words chilled me harder than the gunfire had. Not because of what they meant on the surface, someone had been hit, someone needed to be dragged back, but because of how practical and unalarmed the speaker sounded. It wasn't the voice of a trespasser whose plan had gone wrong. It was the voice of someone inside a routine. I stayed crouched with the pistol up, trying to track movement through sound. Outside the cabin, something heavy scraped over dirt and needles. Then came the unmistakable drag of a body being pulled or helped away through brush. One of the men, if that's what they were, was hurt. Hurt enough to groan. Hurt enough that the others had to move him. That should have made me feel stronger than I did. Instead, it opened a different kind of fear. There was more than one of them. I knew that already in a limited sense. The arm through the slot, the attack at the window, the coordination of it. But hearing them speak to one another made it real in a way the sounds alone had not. There were at least 2, probably more. One at the door, one at the window. One wounded, one issuing instructions. Maybe overlapping roles, maybe not. The numbers shifted in my head, and with each possibility, the cabin shrank. For a little while after the dragging sound faded, things went quiet again. Not peaceful quiet. Not even the taut, listening quiet from before. This was the temporary pause after violence, when nobody wants to move first, because the next movement matters more than the last. I kept the gun trained toward the broken window, my body angled so the table and the offset bed frame gave me at least some partial cover. Every breath drew the smell of black powder deeper into my lungs. The air in the room had become hot, stale, and metallic, touched with old smoke and shattered wood. My cheek was wet. I put a hand to it and came away with blood, though not much. A splinter or glass fragment, not a bullet. It barely registered. I listened for the sound of reloading outside and thought I heard it once. A metallic clink, then a dull, compacted noise like ramrod against barrel. But I can't swear to that. What I do know is that the old man by the lake had not been talking nonsense when he warned me off the ridge. Whatever I was dealing with outside that cabin did not fit inside the comfortable category of drunks, squatters, or weekend poachers. Still, the mind doesn't surrender its simpler explanations all at once. Part of me clung to the possibility that there had been only two men, and one of them was badly hurt enough that the other would haul him off and think better of coming back. I wanted that. I wanted it with embarrassing intensity. Two men I could understand. Two men was a report, a case, ballistics, assault on an officer, search teams, press statements nobody reads. Two men still belonged to the world I knew how to survive. I was still trying to fit the night back into that world when the next shot came. It didn't come through the window. It came through the wall to my right. The sound was sudden and monstrous. The impact punching through the planks in a spray of splinters that burst across the room and peppered the far side of the stove. I hit the floor instinctively, shoulder and hip slamming hard into the boards as fragments stung my neck and hands. The round must have passed a foot or two above where I'd been crouching. For one stunned instant after the shot, I couldn't understand what had happened. Then the angle of it made sense. Different position, a different shooter. Before I could fully absorb that, another shot tore through the cabin from yet another direction. This one lower, punching into the wall near the table leg and blowing the split wood apart in a cracking burst that sent my notebook flipping sideways to the floor. I remember staring at that ruined table leg in a numb kind of disbelief. The realization came not as a dramatic flash, but as a sick, flattening certainty that settled through my body all at once. There were more than two people outside. They were not clustered at the broken window in confusion after a failed break-in. They were spread around the cabin, positioned, covering angles, adjusting. The whole attack had shape to it now, and that shape was not improvisation. It was perimeter. My training never included this exact situation. Nobody trains wildlife field staff to withstand a coordinated siege in a decaying ridge cabin by men carrying antique firearms and speaking in a dialect like something preserved under rot. But the basic logic of it was simple enough to hit me all the same. If I stayed where I was, they could keep shooting through the walls until one of them found me. If they rushed the structure after pinning me down, the chair under the knob might buy a second at best. The cabin had gone from shelter to trap in under a minute. I crawled low across the floor and took stock in pieces because the hole was too ugly. Pistol, loaded. Flashlight, still working. Radio, probably useless. Door, blocked, but not defensible for long. Window, blown open. Wall integrity, meaningless. Outside, unknown number of hostile people, at least 3, maybe more, moving in coordinated positions around the structure. I remember thinking with bizarre clarity that I should have left the moment I found the overlook. That thought did not help. Another voice came from outside, farther away this time, too muffled for me to make out the words. Another answered from near the upslope side of the cabin. Their tones were quick now, purposeful, not excited. They were changing position again, or confirming position. One of them coughed. One laughed once, low and short, though whether from nerves or cruelty, I could not tell. I crawled toward the back side of the room, where the wall offered the least obvious line from the broken window, and tried the radio one final time, keeping my voice as low and controlled as I could. "Unit!" Static swallowed the call sign. I adjusted the antenna and tried again. "Officer needs immediate..." Nothing but hiss and broken electrical spit. I almost threw the damn thing. Instead, I set it down carefully because rage wastes energy, and I was beginning to understand I would need all of mine. For a second, I considered making a stand inside. That sounds braver than it was. What I really considered was whether staying still might somehow preserve options I did not yet see. The cabin was known ground. The dark outside was not. If I ran, I would be leaving walls, however thin, for timber and slope and blind footing. I would be putting myself out where they already knew the terrain better than I did. Running into a forest at night from armed attackers is the kind of choice you spend the rest of your life hoping never to be asked to make. Then another shot punched through the wall, low enough that I felt the air of it move by. That settled it. I had to get out before they walked the rounds onto me. I rose into a crouch and moved toward the door. Not because I meant to use it immediately, but because the side opposite the window gave me the best chance of choosing a direction once I committed. My mind began doing ugly, fast calculations. Burst through the door and cut downhill? Go upslope where the cover was thicker? Stay low and angle away from the known shooters? Use the flashlight or trust moonlight and ruin my footing? Every option looked bad. Some only looked less immediately fatal than the others. Then I heard the whistle. It came from downhill, beyond the cabin, faint but clear in the night. One short rising note, then two clipped descending ones. Not bird-like, not playful. A signal. I froze. A second whistle answered from farther upslope behind the cabin, closer than I wanted, sharper and shorter than the first. The sound did something to me no gunshot had managed, because in those two small exchanges lay the final shape of what had been closing around me from the beginning. Not men stumbling into one another's violence, not one lunatic and a helper. A spread, a system. Eyes above and below, cabin in the middle. There were people on both sides of me. Chapter 4. The Run Down the Mountain. The whistles made the decision for me. Until then, I had still been pretending there might be a correct move left inside the cabin, some angle I could hold, some warning I could give, some burst of radio static that would turn into a human voice and pull the whole thing back into a world with procedures. But those two whistles, one below and one above, stripped all of that away. They told me more clearly than gunfire had that the ridge was already divided around me. Staying put meant waiting for men who knew where I was, knew what I had, and knew the shape of the structure better than I did. So I moved. Not toward the obvious route, that would have been suicide. The main descent trail fell away from the front side of the cabin toward the lake, and if I had been trying to think like a reasonable person, under reasonable circumstances, I might have chosen it anyway, because trails promise footing, speed, direction. But by then, I no longer trusted anything obvious. The whistle from downhill had poisoned that whole side of the ridge. I could practically feel the men below the cabin waiting for me to break from the porch in panic and run exactly where any ordinary person would run. So I chose the blind side. The back corner of the cabin opened toward a steeper shoulder of ground littered with brush, deadfall, and loose stone. No clean path, no clear line. The kind of terrain that discourages movement because it hurts and hides equally well. I grabbed the flashlight, shoved it into my jacket pocket, clamped the pistol in my right hand, and kicked the chair out from under the knob hard enough to splinter one leg. The sound seemed enormous. I yanked the door open and went through it at once, bent low, not stopping on the porch, not even looking long enough to confirm whether anyone was waiting in the dark just beyond the threshold. I committed to the angle and let my body outrun thought. Cold air hit my face like water. I went off the porch, boots striking hard dirt and then sliding in pine needles as I cut away from the cabin instead of down from it. Branches snapped against my sleeves. Something tore at my pant leg. I heard someone shout behind me. Just one short burst of voice, more signal than words. And then a shot cracked through the dark from somewhere back and to my right. The round didn't hit me. It struck wood or stone close enough to my path that fragments snapped through the brush beside my shoulder. I kept moving, half running and half falling, using the slope as much as I dared while trying not to let it fully take me. The moon was up, but the trees broke its light into pieces, so that every stretch of pale ground was followed by a stretch of blackness deep enough to hide a hole, a stump, or a man crouched low behind either. I hit loose rock almost immediately and nearly went down. My left boot skidded off a slab the size of a serving tray, and I windmilled hard enough to wrench my shoulder before catching myself against a trunk with the heel of my hand. Bark tore skin from my palm. I hardly felt it then. My whole body had become one urgent mechanism. Plant, push, breathe, listen, don't stop. Another shot came, farther back this time, then another. Neither felt like a clean attempt to drop me. That was the thought that arrived unwanted and ugly as I crashed downslope through brush and root tangles. If they had me outlined from behind the moment I left the cabin, why were the rounds landing long or wide? Why the whistles? Why the spreading pressure instead of a rush? My first instinct was that they were driving me. I rejected that immediately. Paranoia, I told myself. A wounded mind assembling pattern because pattern feels better than chaos. Men miss in the dark. Old guns are inaccurate. Terrain alters angles. I clung to those explanations while branches whipped my face and my boots pounded over hidden roots. But the idea stayed with me. The shoulder of ground below the cabin steepened, then broke sideways into uglier country than I'd expected from the ridgeline. Deadfall lay everywhere, not in open, obvious tangles, but half buried under needles and brush, so you only recognized the shape of a fallen trunk when your shin struck it. Rocks shifted underfoot. Root systems rose in black coils out of the ground. Some places were open enough to run 3 or 4 strides. Others pinched down into thickets where I had to turn sideways, shove through, then launch myself forward again before the fear of stopping could fully catch up. I did not use the flashlight at first. The beam would have made me visible, and some stubborn part of me still believed that darkness, while terrible, was at least neutral. I tried to trust moonlight, the pale breaks between trunks, the feel of slope and gravity. But wilderness at night is not one thing. It is 100 small lies layered together.
Flat ground that drops suddenly. Shadow that looks like cover and turns out to be empty air. Open space that ends in deadfall. I could feel myself making worse decisions as my eyes kept failing to resolve details soon enough. Behind me, I heard pursuit. That was another thing I've thought about more than I like over the years.
They were following me, yes, but not in the way men usually chase. Not a crashing, reckless sprint through the brush. Not shouting in triumph or anger. The sounds came measured and irregular. Movement here, then pause. Then movement farther to one side. Then a muttered voice. Then nothing at all for several seconds before brush shifted again. It reminded me, sickeningly, of beaters in a drive hunt. Men not trying to catch up as fast as possible, but to keep the quarry moving in the right direction. I stumbled over a hidden log and went down hard on one knee. The impact drove pain through my legs so sharply it flashed white behind my eyes. My left hand hit rock and dirt at the same time, skin splitting along the palm where the bark had already opened it. The pistol nearly flew from my grip. I caught myself with the other hand, slid another foot down slope through needles and loose soil, then slammed sideways into a dead trunk hard enough to knock breath out of me. Something ripped loose from my pack as I scrambled back up. I heard it before I knew what it was. The flat slap of something hitting ground and then bouncing once through brush. My notebook. Maybe the extra bottle of water, too. I couldn't stop to check. I lurched forward on instinct, one glove half peeled off my fingers, then realized a second later that it was gone entirely. Left behind somewhere on the slope, black and useless among black roots and rock. That small loss rattled me disproportionately. A notebook, a glove, extra water. None of it mattered compared to staying alive. But losing things while you run does something ugly to the mind. It proves the escape is becoming disorder. It tells you you're shedding pieces of your ordinary self faster than you can keep track of them. I kept going. The mountain below the ridge no longer felt like landscape in any natural sense. It felt arranged, not in a mystical way, not as if the woods themselves had chosen sides, but in the more hateful way architecture controls motion. Funneling, snagging, presenting one opening while denying another. Trunks stood close where I needed room. Branches caught the front sight of my pistol. Rocks rolled under my boots just when the ground seemed briefly clear. Every 10 steps the terrain forced a decision, and every decision felt made under somebody else's observation. I finally pulled the flashlight from my pocket and clicked it on. The beam jolted over brush, stone, a pale dead limb, then steadied enough to give me a narrow slice of usable ground ahead. I hated using it. The light made me feel nailed to my own movement. But it also showed me what moonlight had hidden. Root tangles thick as traps, sudden drops between boulders, black cut banks where runoff had eaten the hillside away. Twice in the next minute, the beam saved me from planting a foot into empty space and breaking something I couldn't afford to break. Behind me, a voice sounded briefly from upslope. I couldn't make out the words. Another answered from farther off, lower this time, as if the line behind me had spread. Then came a shot. Not close enough to make me flinch from impact, but close enough to remind me that darkness wasn't keeping me as invisible as I wanted to believe. I cut harder left, trying to put thicker timber between myself and the ridge cabin, then nearly ran straight into a wall of deadfall, chest high and half interlocked. I had to climb it instead, boots scraping old bark, flashlight clenched between my teeth for one stupid moment while I hauled myself over. On the other side, I landed badly, skidding down a slope of loose needles into a shallow runnel where water must have come through in spring. Cold mud splashed my shin, My knee screamed from the earlier fall. I kept moving anyway. That was when I started noticing how little the pursuit sounded like urgency. There should have been panic on their side too, if they feared losing me. There should have been crashing, swearing, rushed movement, somebody making the mistakes tired men make in dark timber. But the sounds behind me stayed strange and sparse. Pressure more than chase. Presence rather than speed. Again the thought came, they're pushing you. Again I rejected it. But by then rejection was only language. My body had already begun behaving as if it believed. I found myself not simply running away from sounds behind me, but trying to read where they wanted me to turn. That realization sickened me. It also kept me alive for the next stretch, because fear sharpened into a different kind of attention. I stopped trusting the most open routes. I stopped assuming silence ahead meant safety. I angled for uglier ground, denser cover, places where a man would be less likely to wait because the footing itself was hostile. The beam swept across a tree trunk at shin height and caught color. I jerked to a stop so abruptly I nearly lost my footing again. A strip of faded red cloth was tied around the trunk low to the ground, no higher than my lower leg. Not survey tape, not bright, not clean. The same dirty, weathered red I'd seen on the branch near the ridge trail. The same red I'd seen tied to the old man's wrist by the lake. For one moment, I simply stared at it, unable to make the image fit inside my need to keep moving. Then a branch snapped somewhere uphill behind me. I tore the light away and ran again, cutting across the slope this time, breathing like my chest had been cinched shut. Maybe 20 yards later, maybe less, the beam caught another strip of red tied low to a sapling ahead. Then another shape of cloth beyond it, where the ground narrowed between two fallen trunks. I do not know whether I veered toward them or whether they had already marked the way I would most naturally have taken. At the time, the difference felt too small to matter. The run down the mountain. I should have turned back the moment I saw the second strip of red. Not back toward the cabin, that option was already dead, but back in the sense of refusing the line, refusing the logic of it. Stopping, cutting hard across the slope, taking whatever terrain broke away from those markers and trusting raw distance over pattern. But fear does strange things to the mind when the dark is full of pursuit. It makes any sign look like information, and information feels better than blankness even when it belongs to the thing hunting you. So I kept moving. The red cloth sat low on the trunks and saplings, always at about the same height, always faded, never bright enough to look recent from a distance. In the flashlight beam, they showed up suddenly and then vanished again as the light bounced with my breathing. One tied to a sapling bent almost double under years of snow. Another knotted around a dead branch jutting from a standing trunk. Another woven through a split in bark as if someone had fed it into the tree itself. None of them looked like trail markers put there by anyone with ordinary intentions. They were too low, too irregular, too intimate with the wood. I kept waiting to see the line break, to find that I had only stumbled through some odd corner of old survey tape or hunter flagging. Instead, the terrain around me began to suggest something worse. The ground underfoot changed first. Not into a maintained trail, nothing that formal, but into a faint corridor of repeated use. Needles pressed thinner in a loose ribbon, stone knocked aside in a way that left a rough run of earth between them. Branches broken not by storm or elk, but by hands and shoulders passing over time. It was the sort of path you would miss in daylight, unless you already knew to look for it. And at night, it only existed because the markers and the pressure from behind kept making it real. I swept the beam farther ahead and saw more signs. A little bundle of twigs tied together with string and hung from a branch at chest height. 3 flat stones stacked one on top of the other beside a root flare no higher than my ankle. A bit of bone dangling from cord and turning faintly in the air, as if something had brushed it recently. The route was marked. Not officially, not with blazes or cairns meant to help a stranger travel safely. Marked the way a place gets marked when it belongs to people who expect only themselves to understand the system. Bone, cloth, twig, stone. Repetition without explanation. Direction without welcome. I slowed, despite everything in me demanding speed. That happened almost against my will. The more evidence I saw that the path was deliberate, the more impossible it became to run through it blindly. Every marker seemed like both warning and instruction. Some part of me still thought that if I could read what I was being moved through, I might find the break in it, the place where human behavior ended and simple geography resumed. Behind me, somewhere upslope, brush shifted. Not a charge, not a rush, just movement close enough to remind me I was still inside their line. I swung the flashlight back and caught only trunks and black brush, but the sound had done its work. I turned forward again and hurried on, now following the rough path not because I trusted it, but because the alternatives had become harder to see in the dark. The beam caught something white in the leaves, maybe 20 feet ahead. I thought branch, or part of one. Something weather-stripped and pale. I would have stepped past it if the angle of the light hadn't changed at the last second and shown me the curve. I stopped dead. It was part of a human skull. Not whole, the upper side of it only, broken along one edge and half buried in old needles and damp leaves, but unmistakable once seen. The smooth dome, the thinness of the bone along the side, a dark hollow where an eye socket had once begun and then broken away. For a second, I simply stared at it with the beam fixed there, my mind refusing the image and then accepting it all at once with such force that my stomach clenched hard enough to hurt. A few feet beyond it lay a long bone, weathered gray-white and stripped clean, maybe from an arm or leg. I couldn't tell in that instant and did not want to crouch close enough to find out. No fresh tissue, no smell of rot, no flies. These remains had been there a long time, seasons at least, maybe years. Long enough for weather to take them, not long enough for the shape of them to become anything else. That was somehow worse than if they had been fresh. Fresh bones would have meant one recent violence, one immediate horror. Weathered bones meant duration, repetition, time enough for exposure, bleaching, forgetting, and for no one to come and gather them. Time enough for this path to exist not as a one-time cruelty, but as a used thing. I bent sideways and dry heaved into the leaves. Nothing came up. My stomach had gone too tight for that. But the convulsion tore through my ribs and scraped the back of my throat with acid. I stood there coughing, one hand on my knee, the flashlight beam jittering over the skull fragment and the long bone and the little stacked stones nearby, until the whole patch of ground looked like some obscene arrangement built around the fact that I had found it. Then I heard someone behind me. Close. Not close enough to grab me, not close enough that I could place them exactly, but close enough that brush moved under careful weight and then stopped. A branch gave the tiniest dry tick as it lifted back into place. Whoever it was had approached as near as they needed to make sure I would not stay still with what I had just seen. I turned and raised the pistol before I even thought about it. The flashlight beam swung wild across trunks, needles, and rock. Nothing human resolved inside it. No face, no shoulder, no pale hand on bark. Only the feeling of nearness. "Stay back!" I shouted, and my own voice sounded ragged and thin against the trees. No answer came. The silence behind the beam was somehow more insulting than a rush would have been. I fired once into the dark. The shot cracked through the timber and seemed to go on forever, echoing from one slope to the next in diminishing hard slaps. Birds exploded up somewhere unseen, then fell silent again almost immediately. Powder smoke blew back into my face. I held the pistol trained where I had fired, breathing through my teeth, ears straining for the response. It came, but not where I expected. Off to my right, just beyond the reach of the flashlight, a voice said something softly in that same compressed, damaged English I had heard outside the cabin. I caught only pieces. Maybe a word like easy. Maybe a laugh swallowed before it became one. Maybe both. The tone was not alarmed. That hurt almost as much as the skull had. My warning shot had not frightened whoever stood there. It had confirmed something for them. I backed away, boots sliding in the leaves, never turning fully around until the path itself made the choice for me. It narrowed there, between two shoulders of rock and a run of deadfall, forcing my movement into a strip of ground just wide enough to pass single file without climbing. I raised the flashlight and saw more markers ahead, and with them, the shape of what the land was doing. The route was tightening. Rocks began to appear more often. Not boulders exactly, but enough rising stone and outcrop to hem in the easiest ground. On one side, a low wall of broken shale angled up into brush too dense to cut through at speed. On the other, trunks and deadfall crowded so tightly together that trying to force a new line there would mean losing time and maybe the pistol or flashlight altogether. The path didn't have to be perfect to work. It only had to be the least bad option. And it was. I moved faster, trying to outrun the thought that I had stopped choosing my own direction some minutes earlier. The markers grew denser. Another strip of cloth. A twist of sticks bound with wire. A rabbit pelvis hung from a branch by cord, turning slowly. I passed a hollow stump on my left, and would have ignored it completely if the beam hadn't skimmed the opening and caught pale pieces packed inside. I stopped just long enough to shine the light directly into it. Bones. Small ones, mostly. Animal, I think. Bird bones, rodent bones, tiny vertebrae and jaw pieces, and splintered little white lengths layered in the rotten heartwood, as if someone had filled the hollow deliberately over time. The sight alone was enough to turn my stomach again. But then my eye caught one piece that did not belong with the rest. A human finger joint. Small, clean, unmistakable in shape once the beam settled on it. Nestled among the animal remains like a token mixed in with trash. I yanked the light away so fast I nearly dropped it. That image stayed with me longer than the skull did. Not because it was larger or bloodier, because of the scale of it, the casual intimacy. Someone had stood there, over that stump, and chosen to place that little piece of a person among the others. That requires time, thought, return. My legs suddenly felt weak in a dangerous way. I forced myself onward. Behind me, movement came and went at the edges of hearing. Not gaining exactly, not retreating, maintaining. Every time I thought I might break left or right and smash through whatever brush or rocks offered resistance, another marker would appear ahead, and the route would briefly open just enough to remain the least impossible choice. That was when the understanding finally stopped being a suspicion and became something colder. The markers were not there to help someone find their way out. They were there to bring someone in. Chapter 4. The Run Down the Mountain. The path ended in stone. Not all at once, not in any clean, dramatic way. The ground simply tightened until earth gave over to rock and root. And then the trees opened just enough for the flashlight beam to carry farther than it had any right to. The red cloth markers had thinned in the last stretch, as if they were no longer needed. By then, the route had become too obvious in its own ugliness. A narrow run of beaten ground between low rises of broken stone, brush thinned by repeated passing, branches clipped or bent back over time. Everything about it suggested use. Not one night, not one season. Use enough to leave a shape in the mountain. I slowed without meaning to. The beam reached ahead and struck a wall of pale rock, split by a narrow black notch, maybe shoulder width across at its entrance, widening inward into something I could not fully see. Not a proper cave exactly. More like a stone cleft or shallow recess where two slabs had leaned and weather had widened the seam between them. The opening sat half hidden by brush and old deadfall, but there was nothing accidental about the way the path met it. This was the end of the route. The beam moved higher and found smoke staining above the opening. Old black residue feathered up the stone in a fan shape, as if fires had been burned there again and again over years. Below that hung strips of cloth tied to roots and wires hooked into cracks. They should have moved when the night air touched them, but I remember with disturbing clarity that some of them shifted when the air around me felt dead still. Red, brown, dirty white. Weathered rags, leather thongs, wire with little pale fragments caught on them. Bone pieces, a jaw hinge, something like ribs tied in a loose bundle. One long strip of dark leather twisted slowly, as if something below it had just passed. The smell reached me a second later. Damp earth first, then old smoke, then something fatty and stale beneath it, like cooled tallow or grease left too long in a cold place. And under all of that, the layered sweet metal stink of old blood worked into stone and rot. Not fresh enough to trigger panic in the clean modern sense, not the hot reek of a slaughterhouse. Something older, repeated, absorbed. I stopped breathing through my nose and still felt it coat the back of my throat. The flashlight beam shook over the entrance again, over the cloth strips and the hanging bone fragments, over a bit of wire looped through a crack in the rock where somebody had tied off 3 small vertebrae. There was no altar, no candle, no theatrical sign of ritual in the storybook sense. That was what made it worse. Nothing there asked to be interpreted as supernatural. It only asked to be understood as human in a way so old, private, and sustained that the difference no longer offered comfort. A receiving place. That was the phrase that came to me then, though I could not have said where it came from. Not a shelter, not a den, not a hideout. A place made ready for something to arrive. And I knew with absolute certainty that something had been me. The men at the cabin, the whistles, the measured pursuit, the red cloth, the path, the bones. It all folded together in one hideous instant of understanding. They had not merely chased me through the woods because I had escaped the cabin. They had moved me, pressed me, fed me into the line they knew I would take once enough fear and enough bad ground narrowed my choices. I took one step backward. That was when he came out. Not from deep inside the opening, the way I would have expected, but from the stone to the left of it. So close and so still in his first movement that for one impossible second, I thought the rock itself had shifted into a man. He was less than 10 feet from me when the flashlight finally found his face. Old, yes, but not frail. A beard matted in places, as if dirt and grease had stiffened it. A patched sweater, the color of dried blood, turned brown by weather and wear, with darker repairs sewn in across one shoulder and at the elbows. The collar sat strangely against his neck, and when the beam steadied, I saw why. Little bones had been stitched into it or hung there on twine, tiny pale lengths clicking softly against the fabric when he moved. His eyes were what held me. Pale, not in the striking wolfish way fiction likes, but washed out, almost milky in the beam, as if the color had been thinned by years of smoke and cold and poor light. I knew him, not by name, by posture, by the way fear moved through me at the sight of him. The fisherman at the water. Or if not the same man, then a man close enough in face and frame and age to belong to him. But I believe even now it was him, without the hat brim and lakeshore light, with the full wrongness of him close and stripped of context. He looked older and less human than he had by the water. Smaller too, but only in the way dangerous things can seem smaller right before they reveal how near they are. He did not lunge. He did not raise a weapon. He looked at me with a calmness so complete it felt almost weary. Then he pointed into the dark notch in the rock and said, in the same rough, compressed voice I had heard at the lake, "You don't leave empty." There was disappointment in it. That was what froze me worse than the words. Not triumph, not rage, not even warning. Disappointment, as if I had made the wrong turn inside a process he had hoped would go more smoothly. I fired on reflex. To this day, I do not know if I hit him. The pistol bucked in my hand. The flash tore white across the rock walls, and the old man jerked sideways with a motion too quick and ugly for his age. At the same time, voices erupted around the stone notch. One from behind the slab to the right, another from somewhere deeper in the dark beyond the opening, and another farther back on the path I had just come up. The place swallowed and multiplied the noise. Echoes hit the rock and returned mangled. Someone shouted. Someone laughed once, short and hard. A gun went off. Whether at me or into the air, I cannot say. And the report slammed around the stone so violently, it felt like being struck in the head. I turned and ran. Not cleanly, not bravely. I half spun, the flashlight beam slashing wild over hanging leather, cloth, a pale jawbone swinging on wire, then over the narrow path, and a low figure crouched behind a slab of rock on my right. That glimpse lasted less than a second. A bent shape, human-sized, close to the ground, waiting where it had already been when I arrived. Then I was moving, and the dark was in pieces again. The first step went wrong. I hit the edge of loose stone where the path dropped away from the notch, and my boot slid out hard under me. I crashed sideways into rock shoulder first, then rolled, my ribs striking a projection sharp enough to light up my whole side with pain. The flashlight flew from my hand, bounced once, and spun its beam crazily through brush and stone. I heard men moving behind me, not rushing all at once, but converging. I remember the scrape of shoes or boots on shale, the soft rattle of hanging bones struck by somebody's sleeve, and one voice barking something I could not understand. I found the flashlight by luck more than skill, snatched it up, and threw myself down slope. Momentum took over where judgment failed. The ground there was rougher than the path I had been brought in on, steeper and less controlled. I slid as much as I ran, catching at branches, smashing through brush, once nearly pitching head first over a low drop hidden by juniper. My injured side screamed every time I landed hard or twisted wrong. Breathing became a shallow, tearing thing. I lost all sense of direction except away. One more shot cracked behind me. Stone chips spat near my feet. Or maybe it was only dry dirt and bark. Either way, I leaped blindly to avoid it and slammed hip first into a fallen trunk, rolled over it, and kept going. Somewhere upslope, men were still shouting in that clipped, broken tongue, but the words dissolved in the trees now. The rock formation had amplified them. The timber chewed them back down into fragments. I expected hands on me at any second. That was the rhythm of the next stretch. Not a coherent sequence of terrain and movement, but a repeated certainty that the next branch to hit my shoulder would be a hand. The next breath at my back would be a man closing in. Instead, there was only the terrible cooperation of luck and gravity. The mountain wanted me lower. And for once, what the mountain wanted aligned with what I needed. I crashed through a patch of saplings, lost my footing again, and slid on my side down a wash of loose dirt and old leaves until a root caught me across the thigh, hard enough to stop the descent. I hung there, stunned, flashlight still miraculously in hand, and looked back. For a few seconds, all I saw was dark. Then the beam trembled upward and caught shapes among the rocks above. Not two men, not three, several. They stood or crouched at different points around the notch and along the stone shoulder leading to it, far enough apart that they had never been one group huddled behind the same cover. One near the opening itself, one by the slab where I had glimpsed the crouched figure, one higher up on the left shoulder, another farther back where the path entered the stone, maybe more beyond the range of the beam. They did not seem to be scrambling into place after me. They were already there, already waiting where I had been meant to arrive. That was the twist of the knife. Not simply that there were many of them, but that the place in the rocks had not become occupied because I reached it. It had been occupied before I ever stumbled into the line of red cloth and bones. I killed the beam at once and rolled off the route, sliding farther down slope into blackness before the light could tell them exactly where I had stopped. My ribs flared so hard I nearly blacked out. Somewhere above, someone gave a sharp whistle and another answered lower down. But by then, I had stopped trying to interpret the signals. I was no longer running to outthink them. I was running because the mountain had not finished with me yet. Chapter 5. Daylight and the Official Story. I do not remember every yard of the run after the rocks. That is one of the few mercies in the story. There are stretches of that night that come back to me with cruel clarity. The hand through the mail slot, the ramrod under the rifle barrel, the pale half-dome of skull in the leaves. But the final hours before dawn exist mostly as fragments stitched together by pain, momentum, and the fact that I did not die. I know I kept moving down slope. I know I fell more than once. I know that every time I thought I had finally put enough distance between myself and the men behind me to stop and listen, some sound in the timber would break that hope open again and send me staggering onward. By the time the dark started thinning, I was no longer running in any clean, athletic sense. I was surviving one bad step at a time. The first sign of dawn was not light exactly, but a change in the black. The woods stopped being a single mass and began separating into trunks, brush, deadfall, and stone. Gray seeped into the spaces between trees. The sky above the ridges turned the color of old steel. Shapes that had been monsters all night went back to being timber. And somehow, that made things worse for a little while. Because with the coming light, I expected to see them clearly behind me. I never did. I kept moving through the gray, half bent over now, one hand pressed against my side whenever the terrain let me steal the use of it. My ribs felt wrong. Not broken all the way maybe, but hurt deep enough that every breath came shallow and mean. The shoulder I had slammed into the rock at the notch had stiffened to the point where lifting the flashlight above waist level sent a hot line of pain up the side of my neck. My left palm was torn open from bark and stone. One sleeve of my field jacket hung in strips from the elbow down, and the front of it was stiff in places with dried blood. Some mine, some not. And that detail still turns my stomach when I think of it. Dirt coated my teeth. When I coughed, I tasted iron and grit. The pistol was still in my hand. I had no memory of consciously deciding to keep it there. At some point, it had just become part of the same mechanism as my legs. Grip, stumble, breathe, listen. When I finally checked the weight of it by instinct and thumbed the magazine slightly to confirm, I realized I was nearly dry. A few rounds left at most. Not enough to hold off a group. Not enough to make the idea of a final stand anything but a gesture. The mountain had flattened somewhat by then, or at least the slope had eased enough that I could stop throwing myself downhill and start trying to angle toward anything that looked like an exit line. Gray light showed me old cuts in the land that hadn't been visible at night. Drainages, game trails, washed out service tracks. I chose one, lost it in brush, chose another, and eventually found myself moving along a faint corridor where the ground felt packed under the needles in a way that didn't belong to deer or weather alone. I followed it because following felt easier than choosing. The woods around me grew thinner by degrees. The trees spread out a little. The understory changed. I began seeing old stumps cut flat decades ago and left to rot where they stood, their centers sunken and black with damp. Then I found rusted wire half swallowed by bark on a fence post leaning at an impossible angle. Then tire ruts so ancient they were more memory than shape. That was when I understood I was nearing some kind of old road. I pushed harder. Not because I had energy left, but because the possibility of a road is one of the few ideas strong enough to make a hunted body move beyond what it should. Every few steps I looked over my shoulder, expecting to see a figure between the trunks, a strip of red low on a branch, a muzzle flash in the gray. I saw none of it. The woods behind me remained empty. That emptiness did not calm me. I need to be clear about that. The absence of visible pursuit should have felt like salvation. Instead, it felt staged, almost insulting, as if whatever had followed me through the dark had decided not to be seen anymore because being unseen served it better. The trees stood quiet and ordinary in the dawn wash. No voices, no whistles, no snapping brush. Nothing moving but the small stir of morning air at branch tips. Yet I kept expecting the line of men to emerge where the timber folded, close enough now that I would realize they had only been letting me believe the gap was mine. Then the ground rose slightly and opened, and I stepped out onto an old logging road. It wasn't much. 2 faint wheel tracks with grass and weeds grown up in the center, the whole thing rutted, eroded, and nearly reclaimed by the forest. But it was flat enough to drive, and in that moment, it looked to me like the cleanest thing I had ever seen. I stumbled into the middle of it and almost went to my knees from sheer release. Instead, I turned in a full circle, pistol still in hand, scanning both directions. The road stretched empty in either direction through pale timber and low brush, washed gray by the hour before sunrise. No truck, no men, no movement, only distance. I started walking, then limping, then half running again down the road without any real idea which direction was smarter. I chose left because the grade felt lower that way, and because one side had to lead somewhere sooner than the other. My breath had become a broken rasp. Every third or fourth exhale triggered a cough that brought dirt and strings of dark spit up into my mouth. Once I had to stop long enough to brace a hand on my thigh and hack until my ribs spasmed and my eyes watered. I kept the pistol pointed low, but twice in that stretch I nearly raised it at shadows that turned out to be brush clumps or cut stumps. When I finally heard the truck, I thought for one impossible second that I was imagining it. A distant engine note, thin and metallic through the morning air, coming around bends and through the trees in that uneven way road sounds carry in the mountains. I turned toward it so fast my knee almost gave out, then lurched into the center of the road and stood there waving my good arm. The truck came into view between the trees, a battered, older pickup, pale color I couldn't place at first in the dawn light, moving slow but steady over the old road. For a second, it kept coming without changing speed, and I remember the naked panic that hit me then. The terror that whoever was driving might see a wild-looking man in the road with a gun in his hand and choose acceleration over mercy. I raised both arms. The pistol came up with them before I realized what I was doing. The truck jerked, swerved slightly, and braked hard enough that gravel spat from under the tires. I saw the driver's face through the windshield. Pure fear first, eyes wide, body recoiling instinctively toward the far side of the cab. There was another man in the passenger seat too, older, hat pulled low, his hand already dropping toward something between his knees that I would later realize was likely his own rifle. That sight snapped me back into myself. I lowered the pistol at once, then very deliberately set it on the road and stepped away from it with both hands up. My whole body was shaking so badly by then that the gesture probably looked less reassuring than I intended. "Don't go," I heard myself say, though it came out wrecked and hoarse. "Please, don't go. I need a ride. Please." The driver kept staring. I must have looked insane. Mud from the waist down, blood on my jacket, one sleeve torn open, face streaked with dirt and sweat and whatever had dried there overnight, eyes blown wide from adrenaline and no sleep. I don't blame them for how they reacted. I probably would have thought I was looking at a hijacker, a meth head, or a wounded idiot with a death wish. Then the passenger opened his door a few inches and leaned just enough to get a better look at me. His expression shifted first from fear to caution, then from caution to something closer to alarm. "Jesus Christ," he said. "You hurt bad?" "I need to get out of here," I said. "Now." That, more than anything, seemed to convince them something real had happened. Men in shock don't negotiate well. Men trying to do harm usually don't leave their gun in the road. The driver cracked his door open but did not get out. "Is anybody behind you?" I looked into the timber automatically before answering. "No," I said. It was the truth as far as my eyes could tell. It did not feel true. They let me in the cab after that, passenger first shifting across so I could wedge myself in between them with the smell of old coffee, engine heat, and wet canvas wrapping around me like some forgotten piece of civilization. The driver snatched my pistol off the road before climbing back in, kept it pointed at the floorboard for a moment like he wasn't sure whether to trust me with it, then handed it gripped first only after I asked and promised I was state wildlife. I spent the first minute in that truck twisted around in the seat, staring out the rear window, and then the side window, and then the rear window again. The woods slipped by in gray-blue bands of trunk and brush. Empty. No figures stepping out. No one running the road behind us. No muzzle flashes from the trees. Every time the truck rounded a bend and showed me a new cut of forest, I searched it desperately for confirmation that we were being followed, and just as desperately dreaded finding it. There was nothing. And that nothing felt wrong in a way I struggled even then to explain. One of the men asked me what happened. I opened my mouth and discovered I had no version of the story ready for other people's ears. I could not tell them about the path of red cloth and bone markers, not at first. I could not tell them about the skull in the leaves, or the old man at the stone notch, or the hand through the mail slot searching for the lock. Those details sat in me like objects too ugly to place in a stranger's hands. So I gave them the first shape of the official lie before any official asked for it. There were men up there, I said, at the ridge cabin. They shot at me. That part, at least, was simple. How many? I don't know. With what? Rifles. I left it there. Not because I meant to mislead them, because the fuller truth sounded impossible even inside my own head. I could hear how it would land if I said it out loud. Antique long guns, strange language, markers in the woods, some kind of place in the rocks. It would sound like trauma or embellishment, or both. So I clung to the part no one could argue with. Armed men, cabin, shots fired. I needed them to keep driving, not decide they had picked up a lunatic. The passenger asked where exactly this happened. I told him. Not the hidden path, not the notch in the rocks, just the ridge cabin above Mirror Tarn. The effect on him was immediate and unmistakable. He went still in a way that had nothing to do with the bouncing truck or the cold morning. Not theatrical, not exaggerated, just a visible draining out of whatever simple practical concern had been in his face a second earlier. He looked at the driver once, then back at me, then out the windshield as if the road ahead required more attention than it had a moment before. When he finally spoke, his voice had lowered. "That ridge cabin," he said, "should have been burned years ago." Chapter 5. Daylight and the Official Story. By the time we reached pavement, my part in the story had already started splitting into two versions. There was the version in my body, the shaking that wouldn't stop, the pain in my ribs every time the truck hit a rut, the taste of blood and dirt at the back of my throat, the smell of black powder that still seemed trapped in my jacket. That version didn't need language. It was real in the oldest possible way. My torn sleeve was real. The splinter cut on my cheek was real. The dried blood under my fingernails, my own and not my own, was real. The near-empty pistol sitting heavy in my lap was real. Then there was the version that would have to survive contact with other people. That version began the moment the two men in the truck got me to a place with a working phone, and I heard one of them tell a dispatcher there'd been a shooting up near Mirror Tarn, that a wildlife officer had come out of the timber, half-wrecked and armed, and that somebody needed to get law enforcement and medical headed our way. Once those words were said out loud, the thing I had lived through became public matter. Procedure rushed in. Jurisdiction, statements, questions asked in careful voices by men already deciding what category they hoped the answer would fit. By mid-morning, there were more uniforms around me than I could process cleanly. Sheriff's deputies first, then one of our own wildlife supervisors, face pale in that annoyed official way men wear when the day has become bigger than the schedule allowed.
Later, state officers, a Forest Service representative, somebody from evidence, somebody else from the county who mostly listened and took notes.
I sat on the tailgate of a truck with a blanket around my shoulders I did not remember accepting, and answered the same questions in circles while an EMT taped my ribs, cleaned my palm, shone a light in my eyes, and told me I was probably lucky nothing felt as bad as it was going to feel in 6 hours. What happened? How many men? Did you identify yourself? How many shots fired? Did you recognize any of them? What kind of firearms? Where exactly were you standing when the first round came through? I answered as well as I could. Some answers were easy. Yes, I identified myself. Yes, I warned them. Yes, I fired in self-defense. No, I did not know how many men. No, I did not know any of them by name. Other answers snagged and bled all over the room the moment I touched them. When I mentioned the hand through the mail slot, one deputy wrote that down carefully, but looked at me as though deciding whether exhaustion had sharpened memory or distorted it. When I described the rifle with the ramrod under the barrel, another man asked if I was sure I hadn't just seen a cleaning rod slung under a modern barrel, or maybe a trick of the flashlight in smoke. When I said there were markers in the woods, red cloth, bones, stones, my supervisor shifted in a way I knew too well. It was the body language of an official who wants to keep the report from becoming harder to defend than the incident itself. Nobody said impossible. Nobody had to. What they said instead was, let's focus on what we can verify. That phrase followed me through the whole day like a bad smell. The search team went back up the mountain before noon. Sheriff's personnel, one of our officers, Forest Service support, and later, a couple more bodies once the word officer-involved shooting moved things above the usual staffing level. I was not allowed to go, which infuriated me more than it should have, though I understand why now. I was hurt. My judgment was suspect by definition after an armed incident. My sidearm had already been taken from me for ballistics and logged into evidence in a clear bag with my name written on the tag, like I was some civilian who had turned it in at the front desk. That loss bothered me in a way I couldn't explain at the time. Not because I was attached to the gun itself, because seeing it removed from me and transformed into an object of procedure felt like being partially stripped of the only witness I trusted. So I stayed behind and waited while other men climbed into the place that had almost closed over me. The waiting was worse than I expected. When you survive something like that, you imagine that the arrival of law, radios, daylight, and multiple vehicles will settle your mind. Instead, I sat in a folding chair outside the sheriff's office annex and watched the hours drag by while bits of information came back in pieces, each one real enough to validate the event and insufficient enough to leave the center untouched. They found blood outside the cabin, more than one patch of it, some near the broken window where I'd fired back, some on the ground a little farther off where something or someone had been moved. They found bullet impacts in the wall, the bed frame, the table, the shattered window frame. They found broken glass scattered across the floor and out beneath the sill. They found the deep nail gouges above the mail slot where the intruding hand had scraped for the lock. They found drag marks leading away from one side of the structure and then vanishing into rougher ground where the surface stopped holding detail cleanly. They found the tracks, too. That mattered more to me than almost anything else, because it meant I had not imagined the strange tread pattern in panic or darkness. Narrow prints, long grooves with short crossbars, homemade-looking soles, the kind that appeared built from cut tire rubber. Some fresh enough to cast, others old and layered half under them around the cabin and behind it. The overlook above the ridge showed disturbed ground, crushed needles, and enough sign that no one could honestly write it off as accidental traffic. When I heard that part, I felt a wave of relief so sharp it almost made me sick. For maybe 5 minutes, I thought they would understand. Then the rest of the report trickled in. No bodies, no obvious camp, no permanent shelter in the immediate area, no recoverable trail running cleanly away from the blood sign once the ground broke into rock, roots, and old needles.
And the place in the rocks, the place I had been driven toward, either was not found on the first pass or was found too late and too wrong to serve as the answer I needed. Accounts shifted depending on who spoke and at what point in the day. One man told me they had located some kind of cleft or old natural recess, but found nothing in it beyond old smoke staining and a few scraps of wire. Another said they had looked for the opening I described and found several stone formations that could have fit the description, but none with enough evidence to support immediate significance. Later still, I got the sense that somebody had found more than they wanted to formalize and had decided uncertainty was the safer path on paper. What mattered was what they did not bring back. No photographs of hanging bones laid out in front of me that day. No collected bundles of cloth and leather.
No human remains tied directly to the scene in a way that forced the language of the report into uglier territory. Whatever had been there when I arrived had either been stripped, hidden, or rendered just ambiguous enough to die inside procedural caution. That was the beginning of the isolation. Not because anyone openly accused me of lying. No one did. I had injuries. I had a damaged cabin. I had fired my sidearm in a way that ballistics could place. There was blood where I said there was blood. The event was real. That much everyone accepted. But the shape of the event kept getting narrowed around the parts easiest to defend. Squatters, one deputy said. Illegal hunters, said another. Backwoods survivalist family, maybe, one of the state officers offered, as if the phrase itself solved something. Somebody else raised the possibility of old drug grow lookout remnants, men living rough in remote pockets and reacting violently to perceived intrusion. That theory pleased a lot of people because it imported the whole thing into an existing file folder in their minds. Violent men in the woods with bad gear. Dangerous, yes. Strange, maybe. But ordinary in motive. Nobody wanted to write ritual site. Nobody wanted to write mountain enclave. Nobody wanted to describe the route markers as anything more deliberate than possible improvised trail sign or scattered animal remains of uncertain relevance. Even the old man at the lake, when I kept bringing him up, became unidentified subject contacted near shoreline, possibly involved or associated. The language cleaned it while pretending not to. I noticed that quickly and hated it. I was interviewed again in recorded form later that afternoon, then once more with a union rep present, because any officer-involved shooting, no matter how plainly justified it might look, had to pass through the usual machinery. I was asked to state sequence, distance, perceived threat, fields of fire, number of rounds expended, and whether I believed deadly force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm. Those were familiar phrases. I had no problem answering them. The problem came every time I pushed past the legal skeleton of the incident and tried to describe the flesh of it. The path, the markers, the place in the rocks, the fact that I believed I had been driven rather than simply chased. That was where eyes drifted. Not hostile, not mocking, just professionally cautious, which can feel worse. One investigator actually said, "We need to separate what you know from what you inferred." He wasn't wrong. That was his job. But I remember wanting to hit him for it anyway. Because what I knew and what I inferred had been fused together by the mountain in a way the conference room could not respect. I knew I had seen a skull fragment in leaves. I knew I had followed red cloth and bone markers along a route not on any map. I knew an old man had stood at the stone notch and told me, plain as weather, "You don't leave empty." If another team went back and found only rock, smoke stain, and scraps, that did not erase what had happened. It only proved that whatever lived up there understood its own exposure better than any report ever would. By evening, my sidearm was logged, my clothes had been photographed, my boots had been bagged and then returned, and somebody from admin had begun making noises about mandatory leave pending psychological evaluation and routine review. Routine. That word too. As if routine were the mercy I should cling to. I noticed something else as the day wore on. How quickly strange details got coded as unhelpful. Not false exactly, just unhelpful. Distracting. Hard to establish. Hard to support.
The harder a detail was to fit into an existing criminal template, the more likely it was to be set gently aside in favor of something that could pass through channels without making the whole office look superstitious or incompetent. That evening, one of the evidence techs laid out enlarged photographs of the prints taken near the cabin and the ridge overlook. He was a quiet guy, methodical, the kind who usually spoke only when a measurement required it. He held one image under better light, studying the tread pattern, and for the first time all day, somebody looked genuinely unsettled by a piece of the physical evidence rather than by me. He muttered, half to himself, "Seen something close once." I looked up. "Where?" He hesitated. Then he said, "Old road case. Tribal land adjacent. Maybe not even related. Or an off-grid survival camp seizure we assisted on years back. Homemade souls. Tire cutouts. Folks didn't want prints read." He didn't elaborate. When I asked again, he only shook his head and slid the photo back into the stack, as if he had already said more than he intended. Chapter 5. Daylight and the Official Story. Mandatory leave sounds restful when people say it to you in an office. It isn't. It's a polite way of being removed from motion while your body still expects danger to enter every room ahead of you. I spent the first few days after the incident doing what injured men do when they're told to take time and have no idea what to do with it. Sleeping badly, waking hard, icing bruises, taking shallow breaths because anything deeper hurt, and replaying the same 5 or 6 moments until they had worn grooves in me. The cabin, the hand through the slot, the old man at the rocks, the whistle below, the silhouettes waiting where I was meant to arrive. By the end of that first week, sitting still had become worse than moving. So I started asking around. Not officially. Official channels had already done what they were going to do, which was gather the parts of the event that fit in forms and leave the rest to sour in memory. What I wanted now was the kind of information people don't give to deputies or supervisors because it sounds foolish in a report, but might still come out over coffee, diesel, or bad pie if asked in the right tone. I wasn't looking for ghost stories. I wanted something uglier and more useful than that. History, habits, names. Anything that might explain why a remote ridge cabin had enough fear attached to it that 3 different men had warned me, indirectly or directly, to latch the door before dark. The first place I went was a diner outside town where agency people, road crews, ranch hands, and hunters all ended up sooner or later. It was late morning, not busy enough for noise to hide in. The coffee tasted burnt and thin.
There was a display case by the register with pie that always looked better than it turned out to be. I took a booth where I could see the door and ordered eggs, mostly to justify sitting there. Then I waited until I recognized a man 2 booths down who had done seasonal pack support for Forest Service crews years ago. We had never been close, but we were close enough that he knew who I was and why I'd been out of town papers for a week. He came over on his own. "You look like hell," he said. "Feel worse." He nodded, glanced toward the waitress, then sat without asking. That was how those conversations usually started, half concern, half appetite for the story. I did not give him all of it. I asked whether he knew anything about the ridge above Mirror Tarn, the old cabin, people using the basin unofficially, old camps. He stirred his coffee for a long time without drinking it. "That old place?" he said eventually. "Never liked that stretch." "Why?" He shrugged. "No reason you'd put in a report." That was the first pattern. Not refusal exactly, not denial, just a kind of practice sidestepping, as if the information existed, but had been filed under categories no respectable person enjoyed discussing in daylight. I pushed a little. He gave me fragments. A story about families who stayed back in remote drainages long after roads came in. Too stubborn, or too strange, or too poor to come down when the rest did. Men who trapped illegally through winters and kept children up there half wild. Camps nobody admitted belonged to them. Old livestock disappearing in hard years, with signs around the bones that made people decide wolves were the explanation easiest to live with. He spoke in the plural and without dates, flattening decades into one long bad maybe. When I asked if he meant squatters, he shook his head. "Not the same thing," he said. That was all I got from him. The next place was a feed store, where old men had the useful habit of talking in front of the dog food if they thought no one official was listening. The bell over the door jingled when I walked in, and the place smelled like grain dust, motor oil, leather, and mice. A man at the counter with a jaw like driftwood recognized me before I could decide how to start. "Heard you got in a mess up high," he said. "That's one word for it." I bought a bag of nothing I needed, just to stand there and make conversation seem less naked. Then I asked about the ridge cabin. He did not answer immediately. He stacked my receipt, looked over my shoulder at nobody, then said, "Those high cuts used to keep things after the roads changed." Things? People, animals, weather, whatever got up there first. It sounded like old man poetry until I kept asking. Then his answers broke into little practical shards. Illegal wintering camps. Men who knew how to disappear with stock and meat. Places people used to bring children they didn't want in school records. Off-grid, before anybody used that phrase like a lifestyle choice instead of a warning. He mentioned ridge markers too, but only after I mentioned seeing red cloth in the woods. That stopped him visibly. "You touched any?" "No." "Good. What are they?" He gave me a long look and said, "Depends who put them up." Then he refused to go any farther. By then, I had started noticing that everyone old enough to know something seemed to know it sideways. No one gave me a complete narrative. They offered a piece, then backed off as if the piece itself were already too much to have let out. A few days later, I drove out to talk to a retired ranger named Barlow, the same old employee who had avoided looking me in the eye when he told me to latch the door before dark. He lived in a low house outside town with stacked firewood, 3 dead vehicles, and a dog too old to bark until you were already at the steps. He answered the door wearing a flannel shirt and the expression of a man who had hoped not to see me for precisely this reason. "I figured you'd come by eventually," he said. "You could have said more before." "I could have," he agreed. "Wouldn't have helped." He let me sit at his kitchen table and poured coffee black enough to stain the cup. On the wall behind him hung old service photos, forest maps, and a split antler mount gone dusty with years. I asked him directly whether he knew who the men on that ridge were. He said no. I believed that answer in the narrowest sense, and not at all in the broader one. "What did you mean when you warned me about the cabin?" He drummed his fingers once on the table, then looked out the window toward his own yard instead of at me. "I meant keep the damn door latched before dark," he said. I waited. He gave me less than I wanted and more than most. "Old cave sites reused," he said. "Not sacred in the clean museum sense people like to assign to old land, but used. Shelters, cold storage, hiding places, birthing places, burial places. Places where people holed up in storms or wars, or after somebody did something down in town they could not walk back from. Some of those places stayed in knowledge longer than records did. Some got folded into other habits. Some ridges got names nobody said around the wrong company. Some markers, once put up, nobody with sense removed. Why not?" He looked at me then, and the look was not theatrical. It was the fatigue of a man who had watched younger men insist on rationality as if it were body armor. "Because not everything in those mountains needs believin' to be a problem," he said. I asked if he meant cults, enclaves, survivalists, squatters. He shook his head slowly, almost impatiently. "You keep wantin' a single modern word for old bad behavior." That was the closest he came to anything like a thesis, and even then he stopped before making the leap for me. I pressed again. He got irritated. The conversation turned. He started talking about backcountry trespass cases from the 80s, horse thieves nobody could pin, and one winter where a line shack got stripped clean between storms with no tracks leading in. Useful details in themselves, but he delivered them the way men do when they've decided the truth should remain implied. A week later, still stuck between anger and obsession, I tracked down an older local history man people described as Ute adjacent because he'd spent years doing consultation work around old sites, hunting with families who had been there longer than the counties, and collecting the kinds of stories that never enter official archives whole. He lived in a trailer with books stacked in milk crates and maps pinned to the wall with no legend anyone else could interpret. He listened better than the others. That was almost worse. I told him only parts, the path markers, the cave-like place, the phrase the old man had used, the hand through the slot, though I heard how insane that sounded the moment it left my mouth. He did not laugh. He did not comfort me either. After a long silence, he said, "The problem with those mountains isn't what's in them." I waited. "It's what learns your habits if you stay too long." That sentence hit me harder than anything else I heard in those weeks, because it matched something I had not yet admitted even to myself. The men on that ridge had not just attacked me. They had understood what I would do, where I would look, which direction I would run when pressure came from the wrong side. They had used fear not like a burst of violence, but like a tool with measurements. I asked him if he believed families still lived up in the high drainages that way. He said some old families never fully came down from anywhere, only changed how visible they were. I asked whether he knew of anyone tied to Mirror Tarn specifically. He said no, not specifically. I asked about the red cloth. He told me markers can mean warning, territory, debt, grief, or invitation, depending on who ties them and who sees them. Then, like everyone else, he withdrew into vagueness before the answer became useful enough to quote. Across those days I heard other fragments too, scattered and impossible to verify cleanly. A horse found skinned strangely years back, hide removed in sections too deliberate for predators, bones left where no scavenger should have ignored them. A prospector's cabin stripped of every useful object inside, not robbed for resale, but emptied as if the room itself had been disciplined. A hunter who swore voices called him off a marked trail one foggy morning, using his own name, though he had told it to no one. A missing teenage boy from decades earlier who was maybe found, maybe not, depending on which county line the story crossed. An old woman at the diner who said her brother was once told never to follow low red cloth in timber because low markers are not for people on horseback. None of these stories arrived complete. Each came to me warped by retelling, lowered voices, and the speaker's need not to own it too fully. That was the shape of the folklore around those mountains. Not a single legend, but a cloud of damaged accounts orbiting the same spaces without ever agreeing to settle. Enough to raise possibilities, never enough to let you stand on one. That uncertainty ate at me. Part of me wanted a clean, criminal explanation, because it would have made the fear finite. Another part had already moved beyond wanting and into a worse territory: recognition. I was beginning to understand that everyone who knew even a little had survived by learning how not to say certain things in complete sentences. Toward the end of my leave, I got a call to come collect personal effects that had been logged during the incident review. My field jacket was among them. It came back folded in a clear evidence bag with my name on a sticker. The sight of it irritated me on principle. I signed the release form, took the bag out to my truck, and sat there a minute before opening it. The jacket still smelled faintly of smoke and damp timber beneath the sterile plastic tang. The sleeve remained torn. There was dried blood at one cuff. I turned it over, checking pockets mechanically, inventorying all the small, ordinary things that meant I was getting pieces of my life back by bureaucratic permission. A pen, a receipt, one loose cartridge. Then my fingers touched something hard in the inner pocket that I knew had not been there before. I froze. At first, I thought it was a button or some broken bit of hardware from the cabin door, something shaken loose into the lining during the run. But when I pinched it between thumb and forefinger and drew it out into the light, the shape sat in my palm with obscene clarity. A small, human finger bone. Fresh leather tied around it in a neat little loop. Not old, cracked leather like the dirty strip on the knuckle bone pushed through the mail slot. Fresh. Supple enough that when I lifted it, the knot still held shape from the hand that had made it. I knew with absolute certainty it had not been in that pocket before the night on the ridge. I knew because I had checked that same pocket at the trailhead for spare batteries. Because I had reached into it again at the cabin for my flashlight while it was still daylight. Because if that thing had been there, I would have felt it. I sat in the truck with the bone in my hand a long time before I could make myself breathe normally again. The official story had blood, glass, bullet holes, and missing men. This was the first thing that made me feel, with full animal certainty, that the night had not ended when I reached the road. Chapter 6. What stayed with me. By the time winter gave way to spring, and spring started pretending it might become summer, most people around me had already decided the story was over. That is one of the strange privileges other people get after something happens to you. They are allowed to settle it long before you do. To them, I had been in a bad armed encounter in remote country, survived it, cooperated with the investigation, took my leave, pass the required evaluation, and come back to work thinner, quieter, and a little more tired around the eyes. Not the first man in our line of work to return that way. Not the last. On paper, I was functional again. That was true in the narrowest, most bureaucratic sense. I was back at the office.
Back to email, maps, fuel logs, seasonal reports, and the low-grade irritation of people who waited until Friday afternoon to remember that regulations existed. I handled calls. I did shorter field days. I took assignments that kept me closer to roads, closer to signal, closer to places where a man could hear another vehicle if he needed to remind himself the world still had witnesses in it. Outwardly, I did what everyone wanted me to do. I resumed the shape of an ordinary employee. I made jokes when jokes were required. I told the clean version of what had happened. If somebody new asked about the scars on my hand, or why I moved stiffly in cold weather. A bad encounter up high, I'd say. Couple of armed men, long night. That was not a lie. It was also nowhere near the truth. What stayed with me wasn't the obvious part. Not the gunfire, not first. Not even the cave-like place in the rocks, or the old man's face in the flashlight beam. Those things came back, yes, but more as images, sharp, invasive, unwelcome. What stayed with me most deeply was behavioral. The mountain had changed how I moved through ordinary life, and it had done it so quietly that I didn't understand the extent of it until months later. I stopped leaving my blinds open after dark. That one came first. At the beginning, it felt temporary, like a preference I'd outgrow once my nerves settled. I'd get home after work, walk through the apartment, and lower every blind without really thinking about it. Not because I believed anyone from that ridge had followed me. At least that's what I told myself. It was simpler than that. I no longer liked the idea of standing lit inside a room while darkness sat outside the glass. The asymmetry of it bothered me in a way it never had before. I did not want to be visible to anything I could not clearly see. I started checking my door twice before bed, then 3 times. Not the lock alone, the frame, the knob, the deadbolt, whether anything was obstructing the threshold outside, whether the little strip of space under the door showed moving shadow from the hallway. That last one shamed me most because it felt irrational in the cheap cinematic sense, and yet I kept doing it. More than once I lay in bed already exhausted, only to get back up and crouch near the door to look at the thin seam of darkness beneath it, just to make sure it was only darkness. I developed a hatred for certain built features I had never noticed before. Mail slots especially. Not many places still had them, but once I started seeing them, I could not stop. A slot in a front door downtown. An old office building with a tarnished flap at shin height. A house converted into a law office with one still mounted in the wood. Every time, my eyes went to it first, and my body followed with a small, cold recoil before my mind caught up. Underdoor gaps bothered me too. Crawl spaces. Vents at floor level. Any narrow opening that suggested the possibility of contact without full entry. I stopped liking old cabins, old lodges, old rentals. Anything with reused hardware or warped thresholds. Places that once felt rustic to me now felt like structures with too many memory-shaped weaknesses. Outdoors, the changes were worse, because they hid more easily behind the habits of my job. People who spend time in wild country are always scanning a little. You check slopes, read movement, watch lines where timber meets open ground. Nobody at work found it strange when I looked automatically toward ridge lines or tree lines when we stopped somewhere. That was normal enough. What they could not see was the quality of it now.
I no longer looked out of awareness. I looked out of expectation. Every ridge was a possible overlook. Every tree line was a place where stillness might conceal intent. The hardest thing to tolerate became sudden silence. I did not understand that at first. Then one afternoon, on a reduced-duty site visit, I was standing near a drainage, listening to two technicians argue about access points, when the birdsong in the brush dropped away almost all at once. Not fully, not in any supernatural movie way, just enough of a thinning that the air around us changed. My whole body reacted before thought. I turned so fast, one of the techs asked what I'd seen. I told him, nothing, and that was true. But for the next 10 minutes, I could barely hear their voices over the old pressure climbing up under my ribs. That became a pattern. A yard going quiet at dusk. A patch of trees with no insect noise. The way a campground can seem to inhale right before weather turns. Any of it could pull the ridge back over me in an instant. Sleep never fully recovered. For months, I woke at sounds other people would have slept through. A radiator clicking. Someone walking in the apartment above mine. A loose branch touching siding in the wind. The small metallic shift of building hardware cooling after dark. My body rose into alertness so quickly that there was never that confused half-state between sleep and waking. I went from dreaming to ready in one movement, as if I had been waiting the whole time under the surface. Sometimes the dreams were direct enough that I knew where I was the moment they started. Back in the cabin, the stove low, the mail slot crooked, 3 soft taps moving around the outside wall. Then the fingers, always the fingers, entering too slowly, feeling upward for the lock with that patient certainty that made the whole thing intimate and obscene. In those dreams, I never managed to move soon enough. I'd wake with my heart trying to batter its way out through my ribs and the smell already there before my eyes fully open. That smell stayed too. Not constantly. Memory doesn't work that cleanly. It came in flashes. Opening an old outbuilding and getting struck by dust, cold wood, and old iron in the same breath. Catching stove smoke on somebody's jacket and, under it, some sourness from wet leather. Once, incredibly, just from walking past a machine shop where hot metal and oil had mixed in the morning air. Every time, the ridge arrived first in my body and only afterward in thought. Coworkers noticed enough to be kind and not enough to be accurate. Most of them settled on the easiest version. He had a bad armed encounter and it shook him. That was fair. It was also incomplete in ways they would never have understood if I'd explained them. Trauma from violence is one thing people can talk about in serviceable modern language. The part I could not explain was how much the event had reorganized my sense of ordinary space. It wasn't just fear of being shot at again. It was fear of openings, lines of sight, approaches, habits being observed. The possibility that a place could start reading you the longer you stayed. That is not something you tell around a break room coffee pot. So I let them think what they thought. I started turning down mountain assignments whenever I could do it without making a scene. Not all field work, just the remote overnight work in high country, especially anything involving old structures, isolated basins, or places reached by one route and left by the same. Sometimes I had a reason ready. Bad ribs, scheduling conflict, too much desk backlog. Sometimes I simply traded tasks with someone younger or more eager. No one challenged me hard. They assumed I needed time. Maybe they thought I'd eventually come around. I knew I would not. There was one object I could not decide what to do with. The finger bone.
I kept it at first in the same evidence envelope I had taken it home in, folded and refolded until the paper softened at the edges. I told myself I was preserving it in case I ever found the right person to show it to, someone who would understand what it meant. That was only partly true. Another part of me kept it because throwing it away felt wrong, in a way I could not articulate without sounding half gone. Too casual. Too much like pretending it had no relation to me. More than once I took the envelope to the trash, held it over the can, and stopped. Once I drove with it all the way to a dumpster behind a gas station outside town, sat there with the engine running, and finally put it back in the glove compartment instead. The thing itself had no power that I could prove. It did not move. It did not appear elsewhere. It did not bring voices to my window or taps to my wall. And yet I could not bear to discard it. That should tell you more than any ghost story would about what that ridge did to me. Months passed that way. Enough for the season to turn. Enough for people to stop lowering their voices when I entered a room. Enough for me to become, outwardly, a man whose worst night had receded into anecdote. Then one evening in early fall, I stopped at a completely ordinary place on the edge of town, a chain hardware store with a fenced garden center attached. It was still light enough to see clearly, but late enough that the automatic parking lot lamps had started humming on one row at a time. I grabbed what I needed, paid, and came back out by the side exit near the chain link fence that bordered the loading area. I was halfway to my truck when I saw it. A strip of faded red cloth tied low to the fence, no higher than my shin. It was filthy, weathered, and probably meaningless. A scrap caught there by wind, some child's marker, debris from packaging, or a rag somebody used to flag a broken section of wire. In another life, maybe even in my own life a year earlier, I would have barely registered it. Instead, my whole body locked. Not metaphorically, not in the dramatic sense people use when they say they froze. I mean, every muscle in me stopped under a surge so complete and involuntary that I could hear blood rush in my ears. My vision tunneled. The parking lot, the shopping carts, the automatic doors, the distant traffic, all of it dropped away behind that one low knot of red on metal. I stood there staring at it, while cold worked through me in one hard wave after another. When I could finally move again, the realization that came with it was somehow worse than the panic itself. I had not merely survived that night. I had been trained by it. Chapter 6. What stayed with me. For a long time after it happened, I told myself I was trying not to think about that night. That was not true. What I was really doing was thinking about it in circles so tight they almost looked like avoidance. I replayed pieces of it while driving, while shaving, while standing in line for coffee, while pretending to listen in meetings that had nothing to do with me. Certain details came back without invitation, but others I went and got on purpose, turning them over again and again, because I had reached a point where fear alone was no longer enough. I wanted structure. I wanted the hidden design under the panic. I wanted, if not understanding, then at least the shape of what I had actually survived. That need made things worse. The first realization that truly lodged in me was about the gunfire. At the time, inside the cabin and later running through the dark, every shot had felt close enough to kill me. And some of them were. I do not romanticize that part. One round hit the bed where I would have been. Others tore through walls close enough to shred wood over me. But once the physical terror cooled enough to let memory line the moments up, I kept circling back to the same ugly fact. There had been several opportunities to kill me more cleanly than they did.
I had been lit by my own flashlight inside that one-room cabin. I had burst out the door in confusion, exposed for at least a second. I had stumbled more than once in open enough ground outside. I had fired back from obvious positions. Yet the rounds that followed me through the timber often landed wide, long, or low. Dangerous, yes. Driving, yes. But not with the consistency of men whose only goal was to put a body down as fast as possible. That thought poisoned everything it touched. At first, I fought it. I told myself, old muzzleloaders are not modern rifles. Reloading takes time. Accuracy suffers in dark timber, especially under pressure. Men miss. Men overestimate their aim. Men panic. All of that is true. But the truth of those things did not erase the pattern.
The men behind me had stayed just far enough back to keep me moving. The whistles had sounded not in panic, but in sequence. A call from downhill, an answer from upslope. Then movement where it would matter most. Not random noise, not emotional shouting. Coordination. Whenever I had hesitated, something from the rear or the side pressed me onward again. A snapped branch, a voice too close, a shot where I had just been or where I would not dare remain. And then there were the markers. That part bothered me more over time, not less. In the moment, fear had made them feel like scattered horrors I happened to encounter while escaping. Red cloth at shin height, stone stacks, bone scraps tied with cord, the hollow stump packed with little bones, and that one unmistakable finger joint among them. But memory, when you revisit it too often, starts doing geometry. I began to see how the markers had not simply existed along my route. They had appeared exactly where I needed a decision made for me. When the terrain widened, there had been a marker near the narrow way through. When the dark thickened, there had been color low to catch the beam and pull my eye. When I wanted most desperately to cut sideways and abandon the route, the least impossible path had already been defined in signs someone expected me to follow without believing I was following. That was what finally broke the old explanation in me. They had not merely chased me, they had directed me. Once I allowed that conclusion into the room, everything behind it rearranged. The men at the cabin had not rushed the structure in a stupid frenzy after I resisted. They had pressured it from multiple points. The hand through the mail slot had not just been an attempt to open the door. It had been a way of forcing me to react, to show where I stood, to unsettle the inside before the window strike. The whistles had not been the kind of noise men make when they are searching blindly in dark country. They had been route management. And the old man at the stone notch, God, that man, had not looked startled when I reached him. He had not looked like someone improvising around an escape he hadn't expected. He had looked almost disappointed, as if I had arrived in a condition short of what the process was meant to produce. You don't leave empty. That sentence kept changing shape in my head depending on the day. At first, I took it literally in the most gruesome sense, that they meant to take a part from me. Blood, bone, some physical proof of ownership or passage. After all, they had bones everywhere, arranged, tied, hung, placed. A knuckle bone through the mail slot, a finger bone in my jacket later. The mountain had taught me very quickly that body parts could be messages. But the longer I sat with the memory, the less certain I became that empty referred only to flesh. Maybe they had meant initiation. Not in the organized, formal way a cult movie means it, with robes and declarations and supernatural nonsense. Something older and uglier. A person brought in, turned, shown, made to carry a rule forward. Maybe they had meant removal, not of an organ or a finger or a strip of skin, but of something from the mind,
The part that still believed remote meant unoccupied. The part that thought maps equaled control. Maybe they had meant exactly what happened, forcing me to carry something away. Fear, silence, the token in the pocket. A trained response to cloth, quiet, thresholds, doors. Once I started thinking that way, another detail became unbearable. The fisherman. For a while after the incident, I had kept him filed under suspicion because that was the simplest emotional arrangement. He had been there before the night turned. He had known too much. He had spoken in warnings and half-rules instead of plain human terms. It was natural to think he belonged entirely to them, that he had played some part in steering me toward the cabin and then toward the path. But memory does not always preserve the emotional truth of a moment in the order you need it. When I replayed the encounter carefully, not the words alone, but his face, the way he scanned the tree line, the way he jumped when I first spoke, the frustration in him when I would not understand, I began to see something colder and sadder. He had not been threatening me. He had been trying to warn me inside the limits of whatever rules he believed he lived under. That did not make him innocent. I am not trying to grant him that. A man can be both compromised and warning you at once. But the panic in him had not been staged. He had looked at me the way a person looks at someone already stepping onto a floor they know is rotten. If it's quiet all at once, don't wait to understand it. At the time, I heard mountain nonsense. Now I hear a man reducing terror into the smallest sentence he thought he could afford to say. That realization left me with a worse question than whether he was one of them. How many people in those mountains had survived by learning to speak only in fragments? And once that question opened, it pulled another one behind it that I wanted even less. What had I become in the months after? Because by then, I had already stopped telling the full story. Not strategically at first, instinctively. At work, I kept to the reportable parts. Armed men, remote cabin, shots fired. In town, if someone pressed me, I said there were squatters or hunters or just bad people up there. Even with the old locals, I rarely led with the whole truth. I approached it sideways, the same way they did, as if direct language itself might activate something. I left out the most contagious details, the markers, the old man's exact words, the finger bone in the pocket, the possibility that the route had been prepared for me before I ever ran it. I told myself I did that because people wouldn't believe me. That was only part of it. The uglier part took longer to admit. Somewhere deep underneath disbelief and embarrassment, part of me did not want other people going there. Did not want the curious, the skeptical, the armed, the thrill-seeking, the amateur investigators, the bureaucrats who would stomp through the path in daylight and call it all debris. Not because I wanted to protect the men in those mountains, because some newly corrupted part of me believed the place should not be approached carelessly. That is not a noble instinct. It is contamination. It meant I had already begun participating in the silence that protected them. Once I saw that, I could not unsee it. I had become, in some small way, useful to the same system that frightened me. A man who trimmed the story. A man who translated it into something survivable for listeners. A man who no longer spoke the names of certain things after dark. Not because he believed in magic, but because he had internalized the rule as behavior. One night, maybe 9 months after the ridge, I sat at my kitchen table with a county map, a Forest Service recreation map, and my own old field notes spread out under the yellow light. I had been drinking coffee long gone cold. The evidence envelope with the bone sat sealed off to one side like something toxic. I tried, for the first and only time, to map the exact route I had run after leaving the cabin. Not the official route, my route. Cabin here, overlook above, break from the back corner, slide through the first brush line, red cloth marker at the sapling, skull fragment somewhere around this drainage break, hollow stump with small bones near the rock shoulder, then the narrowing path, then the notch in the rocks. I kept drawing and stopping, drawing and stopping. The problem was not that I could not remember enough. It was that I remembered it wrong for a map. A map wants distance, angle, and terrain. It wants a line of escape from point A to point B. What I had in my head was not a line of escape. It was a sequence of instructions. Chapter 6. What stayed with me. The decision to take the cabin down was made quietly. That is how most things are handled when agencies want a problem to end without becoming a conversation. No public notice worth mentioning, no dramatic safety bulletin, no official acknowledgement that the structure had become the center point of an armed incident with enough missing pieces to make everyone uncomfortable. Just a line item in a work order, a change in status, and eventually the practical language that kills old buildings more cleanly than weather ever does. Condemned, unsafe, scheduled for removal. I was not supposed to have anything to do with it. By then I was back at work, in something close to full capacity, at least on paper. And everyone in the office had developed a polite understanding that the ridge above Mir Tarn was not a subject to raise lightly around me. They thought they were being kind. Maybe they were. But kindness in bureaucracies often looks a lot like controlled silence. And by then, I had learned how much could disappear into that. I found out about the demolition through a stack of district files I had no real business reading. That makes it sound more dramatic than it was. I was in the records room looking for something else. An access memo tied to a drainage restoration permit, and I saw the work order clipped to a maintenance packet with the cabin code on it. The same faded structure number I had seen on the key tag months before. Remove or deconstruct, it said. Site unsafe for future use. Possible license if left accessible. Possible liability. I stood there, reading those words longer than I needed to, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, old file dust in the air, and felt two things at once that did not sit well together. Relief, first. Real relief. Because part of me had come to hate the fact that the cabin still existed in the world. I hated that there was still a roof up there, still a bed frame, still a door with that warped little slot in it. As long as it stood, some part of my mind kept treating the place as unfinished, as if the mountain still had one defined point where the inside and outside worlds had once touched and failed to stay separate. Destroying it felt, in a crude, practical way, like sealing something. Then dread arrived right behind the relief, because another part of me had already begun to suspect the cabin had never been the true center of anything. It had only been useful. A box on a ridge with sightlines. An old state shelter placed where men who knew the surrounding country could use it as a stage. If the structure came down and the thing underneath the event remained untouched, then all we would really be doing was removing the visible piece and congratulating ourselves for it. I did not ask officially to be involved. I was not stupid enough to do that. But I asked around sideways. Maintenance crew, facilities, the Forest Service contact who handled shared access on old structures. I never got a full, clean account, only pieces, and pieces from men who preferred talking about tools and fuel receipts to anything that smelled like a story. But over a week or two, enough came back to give me the rough shape of it. They took the cabin apart in stages rather than burning it. That disappointed me irrationally. Some ugly private part of me had wanted fire. Fire felt purifying in a way paperwork does not. Instead, the crew went up with pry bars, saws, tarps, and a flatbed plan. Practical men doing practical work. That was the official posture. Remove unsafe structure. Haul salvage if useful. Scatter what isn't. One of the laborers, a man I only knew well enough to nod to in hallways, mentioned it to me over coffee, without realizing he was giving me more than he intended. That place felt watched the whole time, he said. He said it casually, almost with a laugh after it, as if hearing himself say it made him want to soften the statement before anyone could take it seriously. But I heard the truth underneath. Men can joke around a bad feeling without reducing it. Animals? I asked. He shrugged. Didn't see any. That answer sat in the room a little too long. Another worker told somebody else, who told me, that he had left a pry bar up there overnight the first day because weather had turned and they didn't want to finish in the dark. The next morning he refused to be the one to bring it back down. He said it had been where he left it, but not where he remembered leaving it. Not enough moved to support a formal complaint. Enough moved to make him ask another man to carry it instead. That kind of detail never enters a report. It lives and dies in break room retellings, too small to defend, too sour to forget. The more useful pieces came from photographs, not mine. I was never supposed to see them. But demolition work gets documented badly by people who think they're only taking job photos, and those photos wander. Someone emailed a few around because one shot showed the roof patch collapsing in a way they thought looked funny. Another showed the bed frame half dismantled. Another, the porch already pried loose. I ended up with copies because offices are leaky and curiosity is stronger than policy when enough men know a place has made somebody uneasy. The porch came up first. Under it, according to one shot and one muttered account, they found old animal remains. Not in heaps, not dramatic, but enough to notice. Scattered small bones caught in dust and dirt beneath the planks. Some probably ordinary. Rodent, rabbit, the leftovers of years of sheltering things. But one man mentioned a little bundle tied with something like rawhide that none of them wanted to touch bare-handed. That phrase appeared nowhere in writing I could find afterward. Whatever it was, it ended up categorized as debris and disposed of or quietly pocketed into a bag with the rest. Beneath a section of floorboards near the door, they found signs the frame had been worked on from inside more than once. Splintering, old repairs, nails driven at odd angles and then replaced again later. Nothing conclusive enough to force a different public explanation. Just the sort of wear that can be interpreted as age if one prefers age to intent. And everyone preferred age. That was the pattern I knew by then and should not have still hated as much as I did. The state would not write that a remote cabin may have been repeatedly entered or tested by men reaching through a mail slot over years. The state would write that the structure had deteriorated under weather and unauthorized use. Same evidence, different appetite for consequence. I heard one more thing from the demo crew that stayed with me. Not from a storyteller, from a driver who hauled part of the salvage down and wanted no conversation beyond what the tie-down straps were doing. He said, "Shouldn't have left it standing that long." I asked him why. He spat into the gravel and said, "Because places get used how they get used." That was the closest anyone came to naming the cabin correctly. Not cursed, not haunted. Used. Used by the state once, then by weather, then by whatever else had found it useful after official purpose drained out of it.
The dismantling itself gave me an odd, hollow relief. I cannot deny that. I caught myself imagining the ridge empty where the cabin had been, the sightline broken, the door gone, the slot gone, the bed frame hauled down in sections like any other scrap. It was almost enough to make me believe in endings. Almost. Then the other thought would come back. If the cabin was gone, and what happened there still felt alive in me, then the structure had only been surface. A convenient edge between things. Tear down the wood, and all you do is remove the place where the contact had once been easiest to see. That understanding sat in me like cold water. A few days after the demolition wrapped, I was handed a manila envelope from facilities with duplicate printouts tucked inside. "You wanted closure," the guy said with a half smile that told me he didn't believe in the thing he was offering. "Knock yourself out." Inside were a few better copies of the job photos. Roofline before removal. Window frame collapsed in. Porch pried loose and lying at an angle in the dirt. The iron bed frame dragged halfway outside. Nothing in those first images did anything but reopen old air in my lungs. Then I reached the last page. It was a close shot of the inside face of the door, taken after the hardware had been removed and the panel laid flat for disposal. Someone had photographed it because the lock assembly looked odd without context. Maybe they needed the image for a maintenance note. Maybe they just thought the old wood grain looked interesting. What it showed, if you didn't know what to look for, was wear. What it showed to me was history. Above the lock, on the interior wood just beyond where a hand reaching through the mail slot would search upward, there were gouge marks. Not one set. Not the fresh scratches I had made sense of after the hand tore back that night. Older ones. Many layers of them. Some deep and darkened with age. Some lighter, cut across by newer scratches. Some partly sanded or painted over in repairs so old the paint itself had yellowed and cracked. The marks climbed above the latch in a clustered fan shape, exactly where fingers would grope if they had done it before, and before that, and before that. I stared at the page so long my eyes blurred. There was no neat official meaning to take from that photo. No date attached to each gouge. No way to prove whose hands made them, or whether they belonged to one person over years or many people over generations. But the conclusion itself needed no paperwork. Hands had been reaching through that slot long before my night on the ridge. The cabin had not become part of something because I arrived there. I had only spent one night inside a pattern old enough to leave layers. Chapter 7. The Cold Ending. A year later, my life looked normal enough from the outside that most people would have called it recovered. That is the trouble with the kind of damage that settles into routine. It hides well under ordinary schedules. I was paying bills on time, showing up to work, rotating the truck tires when they needed it, remembering birthdays badly but consistently enough that my mother stopped accusing me of forgetting them on purpose. I had moved out of the apartment I was renting when the lease came up, and into a small rental house on the edge of town with a narrow porch, a detached garage, and a patch of yard mostly made of hard dirt and stubborn weeds. It wasn't much, but it was cheaper than the place before, and more importantly, it gave me control over the doors, the sightlines, and the sounds after dark. That was how I thought about housing by then. Not charm, not location, not investment. Doors,
sightlines, sounds. On a cool evening in early October, maybe a week before the first real frost, I was standing on a chair under the front porch light, changing a dead bulb, while my toolbox sat open on the boards beside me. Cars passed out on the road beyond the fence every few minutes. A dog barked somewhere down the block, then gave up. From the kitchen window behind me came the low hum of the refrigerator and the clink of the old wall clock shifting into its next minute. Ordinary neighborhood life. The kind of scene that should have made me feel restored. Instead, I remember noticing, as I screwed the new bulb in, that I had positioned the chair so I could still see the yard and the front walk in the reflection of the storm door glass. That is what I mean when I say I did not heal in the way people imagine. People think trauma announces itself in cinematic forms. Flashbacks in grocery stores, screaming awake, sudden tears over nothing.
Those things happen to some people, and some happened to me in the beginning. But that was not what lasted longest. What lasted was procedure. I had rules now. I did not answer a voice from outside unless I could see the person attached to it. I did not rent remote cabins, no matter how cheap, scenic, or temporary the need. I did not hike off marked trails alone, not for shortcuts, not for views, not for any reason pride could invent. I did not say certain place names after dark, even alone, even in my own kitchen where no one would have heard me. That last one embarrassed me enough that I never admitted it to anyone. It did not come from belief in any supernatural punishment. It came from habit grown over fear and never fully pruned back. I found that once evening settled, my mouth simply did not want those names in it. Mirror Tarn, the Ridge, the Basin. Even when I meant to force the words as a kind of private test, I often stopped halfway and said, "That place," instead. Then sat there, angry at myself and unable to decide whether the anger made me more normal or less. I paid bills with the television on low in the living room because I no longer liked the sound of a house going fully still around me. I kept the blinds down before sunset, not because I thought someone was always out there, but because the possibility of being visible from a dark yard had become intolerable in a way I could not reason myself out of. I checked the deadbolt once before bed and once after I was already in bed, and then, if I was very tired, forced myself not to get up a third time because I knew exactly what would happen if I allowed the habit to keep growing. On weekends, I did ordinary chores with a focus that would have looked almost healthy from the outside. Changed the oil in the truck, trimmed weeds near the fence, reorganized tools in the garage, dropped old cardboard at the recycling center, labeled storage bins, washed mud out of floor mats. There is comfort in maintenance if you have survived something that stripped control from you. Small tasks with clear results. Dirt removed, bolt tightened, bulb replaced. Check marks against entropy. I had an old dog then too, though by that point, had was generous. Boone belonged to my mother originally, then slowly became the family dog in the way old dogs do when they outlast whatever arrangement first brought them somewhere. He was a broad-chested mutt with a graying muzzle and joints stiff enough that every rise from the floor looked like a negotiation. In his younger years, Boone had one gift that made him more useful than he knew. He always seemed to hear or smell things just before the people around him did. Delivery trucks before they rounded the corner. Deer in the scrub behind my mother's place before they crossed the fence line. Strangers coming up the walk before the knock. After the ridge,
I noticed I relaxed around him in ways I didn't around other people. If Boone lifted his head sharply from sleep, I looked up too. If he remained loose and half snoring in a room after dark, some part of me trusted that more than my own nerves. That embarrassed me almost as much as the place names. By the fall a year later, Boone was still alive, but too old to offer that comfort consistently. Some evenings, he slept through sounds that would have woken him cold in his prime. Other times, he barked at nothing and left my pulse hammering for no reason. Losing the reliability of him did something mean to the edges of my nights. It removed a warning system I had never fully admitted I was using. The strangest part was how little any of this resembled the stories people tell themselves about getting better. I wasn't getting better in a clean, upward line. I was stabilizing into a narrower life. A safer one.
Not safer in any provable, objective sense. Safer according to the rules I had absorbed from one bad mountain and never fully set down again. By then, most of the physical evidence of that night had been packed away. The records existed where records always exist, in cabinets and digital folders and incident references no one would willingly open for pleasure. My sidearm had long since been returned and cleaned. The photographs had been filed or quietly forgotten depending on their usefulness. The copied demolition images sat in a manila folder inside a locking drawer in my garage workbench, beneath tax forms and manuals for equipment I no longer owned. And the bone, the little finger bone tied with fresh leather, lived where I had decided it was least likely to enter my daily line of sight, in the old evidence envelope. I kept that envelope inside a metal tackle box on the highest shelf in the garage, above old camping gear and a milk crate of hand tools I rarely used.
I did not look at it often. I did not need to. Knowing it remained where I had put it was enough. It was a private compromise between throwing it away and treating it like an object with power. It stayed out of sight, sealed, and available if I ever decided I needed to prove to myself that the whole thing had not been reduced by time into a bad dream with paperwork attached. That evening, after changing the porch bulb, I carried the chair back inside, washed my hands, paid 2 utility bills online, and then went out to the garage because I had finally decided to sort through a stack of old gear bins before winter. The air out there smelled like dust, rubber, cardboard, and machine oil. A single hanging bulb lit the space in a pale cone that left the corners murky. The garage door was down. The side door was locked. I checked both out of habit before pulling down the first plastic tote. The work itself was harmless. Old camp stove parts, a cracked tackle tray, extension cords that somehow multiplied when I wasn't looking, a coil of parachute line, one ruined sleeping pad, receipts too old to matter. I made small piles on the concrete floor. Keep, toss, maybe. It was the sort of practical evening task that should have emptied my head. Instead, after 20 minutes or so, I found myself looking up at the high shelf. The tackle box sat where it always had. I don't know why I decided to take it down then. Maybe because the cooler weather had me sorting all the old field gear anyway. Maybe because some part of me wanted to prove I could handle seeing the envelope again without anything in me shifting. Maybe because ordinary nights are the ones most dangerous to long-buried curiosity. I dragged over the little folding step stool, climbed up, and brought the box down. It was heavier than I remembered, though that may have been the angle. I set it on the workbench and stood there for a second, with both hands flat on the metal lid, hearing only the bulb hum overhead and the distant wash of traffic beyond the garage wall. My own reflection looked back at me in the dark window over the bench, faint and colorless. Then I opened the latch. Inside, everything was where I had left it. A few old lures in one tray, extra line, 2 rusted swivels, a folded shop rag, and beneath those, the brown evidence envelope with its softened corners and the old case notation still visible in marker. I picked it up. It felt wrong immediately, too light. That sensation moved through me before thought did, just a subtle absence in the hand, paper carrying almost nothing. I stood very still, then slid one finger under the flap and opened it. The envelope was empty. I checked twice because the mind refuses certain facts at first if they arrive too quietly. I turned it upside down over the workbench. Nothing fell out. I looked inside and saw only the shadowed paper interior and one dark crease where the folded edge had worn thin over time. I had never removed the bone. I knew that with the kind of certainty that does not need rehearsal. I had put it in that envelope, sealed it, put the envelope in the tackle box, and placed the box on the shelf. I had moved houses with it. I had sorted around it. I had considered throwing it away and chosen not to, but I had never taken it out. I stood in that garage with the empty envelope in my hands and felt something deep and old in me go very still. Not surprise first, recognition. Chapter 7. The Cold Ending. For a little while after I found the envelope empty, I did not move. I stood at the workbench in the garage with the paper held open in both hands, staring into the crease-shadowed interior as if the missing thing might somehow reappear if I kept my breathing shallow and my body still enough not to disturb whatever logic had taken it. The bulb overhead hummed. Somewhere outside, a car passed on the road and faded. The sounds belonged to an ordinary evening in an ordinary neighborhood, and that made the absence in my hand feel even more obscene. The bone was gone. Not misplaced, not transferred. Gone. I checked the tackle box first, then the workbench, then the concrete floor below, though I knew, even while doing it, that I was only performing disbelief in a series of practical motions. I emptied the tray compartments, shook out the shop rag, tipped the whole box upside down, and listened to hooks and rusted swivels scatter against the wood. Nothing. No small pale shape. No leather tie. Nothing caught in the corners. Then I searched the shelf where the box had sat, then the bins beneath it, then the drawer to the left, then the one below that, then the cabinet where I kept oils and spare hardware. I did it quickly at first and then more systematically, because terror has a way of dressing itself as thoroughness. The result stayed the same. Nothing. Only when I stopped moving long enough to breathe did I notice the dirt. It ran in a thin black line under the back leg of the workbench and along the concrete seam where the wall met the floor. Not a pile, not tracked mud, more like a narrow dragged trace of dark soil, dry enough to break into powder at the edges, running from beneath the bench toward the shelving unit on the side wall. It was subtle enough that I might have missed it any other night. Plenty of dirt passed through that garage on boots, tires, and tools. But this line was too deliberate, too linear. It did not scatter the way ordinary tracked dirt scatters. It threaded its way beneath the bench as if something had been slid there or drawn slowly along the floor by a hand that did not mind kneeling in the dark. I crouched without meaning to and held the empty envelope in one hand while the other hovered over the line without touching it. The powder looked almost black in the low garage light, finer in some places than soil should have been, clumped in others with tiny pale flecks I did not want to inspect closely enough to name. A memory rose in me so fast it felt like nausea. black dirt packed into the creases of that hand at the cabin door. I stood up too quickly and banged my thigh into the workbench hard enough to make the tools rattle. That was when I saw what had replaced the bone. Not in the envelope, elsewhere. Above the bench, mounted on old pegs, hung a few things I hardly ever touched anymore. An ice scraper, a split maul handle I kept meaning to throw out, a coil of chain, and my grandfather's deer rifle, unloaded and long retired from any real use. I kept it there more from habit than sentiment. The wood stock had gone dull with age. The sling was cracked. It had not been out of the house in years. Around the trigger guard, tied in a neat loop, was a fresh strip of leather. At the end of it hung a small finger bone. For a second, I did not understand what I was looking at, even though I knew it instantly. The mind sometimes splits that way under shock. One part names the thing at once. The other refuses to admit the naming. So I stood there, with my eyes fixed on the hanging shape, and felt my whole body go cold from the spine out, while some stupid, useless corner of thought kept trying to argue that it could be a carved trinket, a piece of animal bone, some prank, some old forgotten charm I had never noticed before. Then the garage bulb shifted slightly in its socket, and the shadow of the bone moved across the pegboard. There was no mistaking it after that. It was small, human, weather pale, clean in some places, darker in the creases near the joint. The leather was not old and stiff like the dirty strip tied around the first knuckle bone at the mail slot. This leather looked newer, softer, recently cut. It had been tied with care, not tossed.
Not hung at random, placed. On a rifle I had not touched. Inside a garage no one had any reason to enter. I said no out loud before I knew I was speaking. Not loudly, not in denial of the thing itself, more like a plea to the room. I crossed to the pegboard and stopped just short of touching it. Every instinct in me wanted to rip the leather free, throw the bone into the driveway, burn the whole pegboard if I had to. But stronger than that was the same revulsion that had stopped me from touching the first one immediately at the cabin. Not fear of contamination in any magical sense. Recognition that placement mattered. That touching the thing would mean stepping into the action it had been arranged to provoke. I forced myself to look elsewhere first. The side door to the garage was still locked. The overhead door was still down and bolted from inside. The small back window over the bench was latched, dusty at the corners, intact. I checked them all twice, then a third time, because by then I was moving on old reflexes deeper than thought. No broken latch, no splintered frame, no bent screen, no easy sign of entry. The yard outside the side door showed nothing in the weak spill of the porch light but hard dirt, a few weeds, and the dull silver of the fence wire beyond. No clear prints. If someone had crossed there, they had done it lightly, or long enough before for the ground to settle. The driveway gravel offered no help either, only the ordinary confusion of my own tire tracks and old foot traffic. I walked the perimeter of the house with a flashlight and one hand on the pistol at my waistband, checking each window, each corner of the siding, each gate latch. The neighborhood remained offensively normal. A television glowed blue in a house across the street. Somewhere 2 blocks over, somebody laughed in a backyard. A dog gave one irritated bark, and then none. My mailbox stood crooked at the curb, exactly as it had that morning. The little patch of weeds along the fence line shifted in a faint wind. No one. Nothing moving. No reason. That was the worst part. If I had found a broken lock, muddy footprints, a pried screen, I could have hated the problem in a modern, manageable way. A trespasser,
A stalker. A sick bastard from the ridge who had somehow followed paper trails and patients into town. Police could be called for that. Reports could be filed. Security cameras could be bought and mounted and argued over with insurance. But the scene offered none of that comfort. The doors were closed. The windows were secure. The object was inside. And in the absence of evidence, something older and uglier returned to the surface. Not that something was near, but that something had already been near. I went back into the garage, because not going back would have meant letting the room belong to it. The bone still hung from the trigger guard, the black dirt line still threaded beneath the bench. The empty envelope still lay open on the work surface, like a mouth that had finished saying what it needed to say. I did not touch any of it. Instead, I stood there, listening. At first, I heard only the small electrical hum of the light and the distant settled noises of the house. The refrigerator cycling, a soft tap in the walls as temperature changed. Boone, old and sleeping in the kitchen that evening because my mother had left him with me while she visited my aunt, giving one long arthritic sigh and then going quiet again. Ordinary house sounds, reassuring in theory. Yet under them, or around them, I became aware of the same subtraction I had felt on the ridge. The neighborhood sounds began to thin, not disappear in some dramatic supernatural sweep, just recede. The laugh outside did not come again. The dog did not bark a second time. A passing car seemed farther away than it should have.
Even the faint wind at the fence line lost whatever voice it had possessed.
I noticed the quiet before I admitted I had noticed it, then admitted it all at once. It was happening in the exact same way. That same terrible narrowing of the world toward one pressure point, as if life itself had stepped back a pace to make room for attention. The garage felt smaller, the house behind me thinner. My skin went tight along the back of my neck and forearms with a recognition so complete it nearly knocked the breath out of me. I was no longer standing in my own garage on a cool October night. I was standing at the edge of a procedure I had already survived once and failed to stop. I do not know how long I remained there with my eyes on that bone. Long enough for my hand to go numb around the flashlight. Long enough for the silence to deepen from absence into presence. Long enough that I began to understand, in my body, if not yet in any language I could bear, that the final cruelty of the ridge had not been violence. It had been continuation. Then, from somewhere outside the house and not far away, came 3 slow taps. Not loud. Not on the garage door. Somewhere just beyond the wall, deliberate and evenly spaced, like knuckles against wood. Tap. A pause. Tap. A pause long enough to make the third one feel inevitable. Tap. Chapter 7. The Cold Ending. I did not go outside. That is the part I am least proud of, and the part that matters most. The 3 taps had finished sounding, and still I stood there in the garage with the flashlight in one hand and the pistol in the other. Every muscle in my body primed toward movement, toward action, toward the old reflex that says a threat must be met, checked, challenged, named. A year earlier, on that ridge, I had still believed in that reflex.
I had believed that if something came to the threshold, the answer was to confront it before it fully entered your life.
By then, I knew better, or worse. I did not call out either. No, "Who's there?" No, "State wildlife." No warning that I was armed. No demand to identify themselves. Nothing. I stood in the darkened garage listening with my mouth shut and my jaw locked so tight it hurt. And for the first time since that night in the mountains, I understood the full shape of what had been taken from me. Not courage exactly, not even peace. What they had altered was the old human confidence that a threshold remains yours if you answer it hard enough. The taps did not come again. That was part of the cruelty too. If something had pounded on the wall, or rattled the handle, or thrown itself against the door, I could have treated it as an immediate emergency. Noise gives a person permission to act. But after those 3 measured knocks, there was only quiet. And quiet is the element in which fear begins doing the other side's work for them. So I listened. The house behind me remained still. Boone did not bark. The refrigerator hummed once and cut off. Somewhere out in the neighborhood, a car turned at an intersection and passed beyond hearing. The silence that remained was not complete. No silence in an American neighborhood ever is, but it had the same shape as the one on the ridge. Life withdrawn just enough around the edges to leave one patch of awareness overexposed. I thought then about the first bone, the one through the mail slot. How I had stood over it, trying to decide whether it was intimidation, ritual, or bait. A year later, standing in my own garage with the second bone hanging from my grandfather's rifle and the first gone from the envelope where I had hidden it, I finally understood that the distinctions had never mattered as much as I wanted them to. Intimidation, ritual, bait. Those are categories a modern mind reaches for, because naming a function feels like controlling it. But what had happened to me was wider and uglier than any one category. They had not needed to kill me that night to keep me. That truth moved through me slowly, like cold water filling a space from the floor up. At the cabin, they could have done it. Not with certainty, no. I had been armed. I had fought back. Chance had mattered. But even with those caveats, there had been moments, more than one, when a cleaner, simpler killing was possible if that had been the only objective. A tighter angle on the broken window. A faster rush through the door after the hand at the slot. A shot at my back on the slope when I was outlined against pale rock. A closer finish in the woods instead of whistles, markers, and pressure. Instead, they had moved me. They had frightened me, funneled me, marked me, and let me leave carrying exactly what was needed. Fear, yes, but not fear alone. Silence, compliance, a set of habits that would outlast the event itself. A man who would never casually send anyone back there again. A man who would never tell the story straight enough to make the place easy to find or easy to dismiss. A man who would hear 3 slow taps outside his house a year later and know, instantly, bodily, without debate, that opening the door was not the correct response. I wish I could tell you I fought that conclusion. I did for a while. In the months after, I kept pretending that the ways I shortened the story were practical choices. That I left out the markers because they sounded unbelievable. That I left out the finger bone because people would think I had planted it or lost my mind. That I left out the old man's words because fragments of dialect and warning were not useful to investigators interested in charges and timelines. All of that was partly true. The more honest truth was that I had become useful to the same silence that protected them. I trimmed the story. I kept the bones out of it. I omitted the low red cloth and the path and the old gouges in the inside of the cabin door. I translated the worst parts into safer language because safer language keeps listeners from getting too curious and keeps curiosity from turning into pilgrimage, skepticism, or the kind of brave stupidity that sends men into remote places believing they are the first to name what has been there for years. That is the final corruption, if you want one. Not that I was hunted, not even that I was marked. It is that I survived and became, in my own small human way, part of the mechanism that hides the thing by refusing to speak it whole. I lowered the flashlight without realizing I had done so, and looked toward the small garage window over the bench. The glass reflected most of the room back at me. The workbench, the hanging tools, the pale oval of my own face. But beyond the reflection, where the porch light reached the yard at an angle, I could just make out the fence line. There, tied low on the outside post of the side gate, was a strip of faded red cloth. It moved only slightly. Not fluttering in a strong wind, not waving for attention. Just shifting enough to prove it was not part of the fence and had not grown there. I stared at it for a long time. There are things a man tells himself in moments like that. I told myself someone could have tied it there days earlier, and I was only now seeing it. I told myself the bone on the rifle and the empty envelope and the dirt line under the bench might still be pieces of one ordinary human trespasser's work, however unlikely. I told myself the red cloth did not prove the mountains had followed me home. It only proved that the language of that night had found another surface in my life. Those thoughts were not useless. They were simply not strong enough to move my feet. I did not go to the gate. I did not unlock the side door. I did not march out with the pistol and the flashlight and test the yard like a man in a story who still believes courage and investigation are the same thing. Instead, I stood where I was and watched that little strip of red move in the dark until my shoulders began to ache and the hand holding the pistol started to tremble from fatigue. The moral horror of that moment was not that I was too afraid to act. It was that part of me knew not acting was the correct lesson. That part had been built in the mountains, built by the hand through the slot, the whistles, the markers, the old man at the rocks, the bone in the pocket, the years of gouges above the cabin lock, the empty evidence envelope, the taps outside my own wall. Built by surviving. At some point, Boone got up inside the house and padded as far as the kitchen doorway. I heard his nails tick once on the floor. He did not bark. He did not come into the garage. He just stood there, old and heavy and mostly blind in one eye, listening to me not move. I think that was when I finally understood the coldest version of it. Survival had not been my victory over that place. It may have been part of the design. A dead man tells one story badly and then goes quiet. A living man carries the rules home in his body, changes his habits, edits his speech, lowers his blinds, avoids certain names after dark, and never sends anyone casually back toward the ridge. That kind of man is more useful. Eventually, I stepped away from the window because I could no longer bear the sight of the cloth moving there in such a small, ordinary way. I backed into the house, locked the door between the garage and kitchen, then locked it again, though there was only one lock. I did not remove the bone from the rifle that night. I did not touch the dirt line. I did not call the police because I already knew how that call would sound and what parts I would leave out by instinct before it ended. That, maybe more than anything, is why I'm telling it this way now. Not because I think a clean telling can fix what happened, but because silence has already had enough from me. Even so, I know how this ends in the body and not just on the page. Tonight, like every night since, I will check the doors twice. I will lower the blinds before full dark. I will listen too hard when a neighborhood goes suddenly quiet. And if someone taps softly on the wall outside, I will know exactly what not to do. The worst thing they left me wasn't the bone. It was the part of me that knows better than to open the door.